Okay, all right, we finally have Seth Kenny, who's going to go up there and testify. Now, remember, Seth Kenny is the owner of PDQ Props. He was providing props to the Rust movie set, and this is Hannah right here. She's on trial. Her defense team is saying that Seth Kenny was the one that provided live ammunition to the Rust movie set. Do we believe that? I mean, they also said Sarah Zachary was involved as well. They said that she was trying to destroy evidence. She was trying to throw it away in the trash bin. It was never retrieved, and she was doing it at the behest of Seth Kenny. But Sarah Zachary testified, and I felt like, I don't know, I wasn't buying it. So I was waiting for Seth Kenny to go next, and I was like, oh, maybe with Seth Kenny's testimony, maybe we'll be convinced otherwise. We'll see. I don't know. We're going to start off with, I think there was a Rust photographer that's going to testify. Very short testimony, very straight to the point. This picture right here, she's going to go over that and the importance of this picture, kind of. And then next we have the cast member who allegedly Hannah gave cocaine to. Now, this part was very interesting to me because, you know, she is charged with manslaughter, but she's also charged with tampering of evidence. And they were saying that, like, oh, well, Hannah Reed, she got rid of the cocaine and she passed it off to another cast member because she was scared. She didn't want to be caught with it. But we do get a lot of information with this cast member's testimony. This is the same cast member that told Hannah that Helena had already passed away. But I hope you guys are doing well. Mariah's always here, open early. Hi, Tina. How are you doing today? I'm very excited for today. Yeah, we have some good witnesses, and yeah, we'll do some catch up with the live stream. We're not too far back, and you know what? Court's been doing pretty good with their scheduling. Things are smoother now. They're not taking super long breaks, but I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys have a good weekend. Let's just get into it. Oh, hold on a second. Let me capture the right Chrome, Firefox, live stream, watch live. Okay. Is it working? Hello? Not working? Why isn't it capturing it? Let me go back to this one. Alec Baldwin, shooting stats. There it is. No? Hold on a second. I think I need to refresh cache. Alec Baldwin movie, day 8. Oh, this is weird. I actually have not had an OBS issue in a while. I don't know what am I supposed to do to fix this. Let's trigger to this one and then trigger back to this one. Okay. Yay! I did it. I don't know. That was weird. Maybe I should update my OBS. I hate updating programs when they work because sometimes when you update them, things just go to shit. Like I updated my microphone wavelength program thing and it ended up messing my audio stuff for a little bit. I'm like, you know what? I should just stop updating stuff. But anyways, y'all, thanks for being here. I appreciate you guys. We're streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube. And I'm going to have this ad. I think they talk pretty slow. I'll adjust the speed accordingly, but let me know if it's too fast, too slow, and yeah, let's just get right into it. Hi, Dino. You guys have a good weekend?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Can you tell us the date that this photo was taken?
I believe it was on the 15th.
Of what month?
October.
And would that have been 2021?
Yes.
And do you recognize this person here?
Yes, that's Hannah.
Okay. And who's this person here?
Alec.
And why were you taking this photo?
It's actually a pretty nice photo. I like how like the sun is this like considered golden hour maybe? Pretty cool photo.
I just shoot a lot, and I think the behind the scenes is really interesting, what's going on. So they're having a conversation about what's about to happen. And
okay.
That's it.
Do you know what this is in Ms. Gutierrez's hand?
It looks like the gun belt. I'm guessing for Alec.
Okay.
Or a bandolier, one of those.
Okay.
I see a gun in it.
All right. I'm going to zoom in on this photo.
Okay.
Can you see that?
On
Yes.
that.
When you look at, well, tell us what's in that gun belt.
Ammunition and a gun.
And do you notice anything about the center primers of the ammunition that's in that belt?
One is silver and quite different from the other 4.
All right.
Because remember, you know, they were saying that Hannah was the one that provided some of the ammo, the bandoliers, and the ammo came from the bandolier from the previous movie set that she was working on.
And that was October 15th, you said, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll pass the witness.
How's your day going, Granny Juju?
Okay.
true that you were budgeted for 5 days of work for the entire show?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ever tasked with taking any pictures of guns pointing into the camera?
Yes.
Who made you take pictures of guns pointing into the camera?
One of the junior producers, Ryan Smith, emphasized that I should get as many shots of guns pointed into the camera as possible.
Hi, Leela.
Okay, so then you were told to do this on many occasions?
Maybe twice.
When those photos are taken of guns pointing into the camera, are they actually pointed at you, directly at you then?
When it's the gallery shoot, yes, and those guns have to be checked by the armor before, which I trusted was happening because she was nearby.
When filming in New Mexico, did it appear to you that Alec Baldwin was the boss?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody tell Alec Baldwin no?
No.
And in terms of the structure, did it appear that other producers were below him?
Yes.
Hi, Panda.
Did you see other producers on the set frequently?
Yes.
How frequently did you see other producers on set?
Pretty much every day I was there.
Were the other producers sometimes even in some of the photos that you were taking?
Yes.
You had to Photoshop them out?
No, I don't do Photoshop.
Okay. What about Gabrielle Pickle? Did it appear to you like, well, first, did you have interactions with Gabrielle Pickle?
And Gabrielle Pickle is sort of like Hannah Reed's supervisor. She's the one who's in charge of budgeting.
Very little, just the initial deal.
Did it appear to you, in your perception, that the budget was a major concern to Gabrielle Pickle?
That's her job. She's the line producer, I believe, and so she has to come in according to whatever the budget is.
Okay. Do you recall believing that she was trying to be cheap, to cheap everybody down?
On the lower tier, lower budget shows, that's what they all do.
And that's what you observed from Gabrielle Pickle on this show?
I didn't get involved with her about everybody else's deal, just my deal, and I just made a deal with her, and that was...
What? You never heard of Tommy Pickles?
Okay, but I'm trying to get your perception of her and whether, in fact, I'm not sure if you're quite answering. Did you believe that she was cheap?
I don't have an opinion.
Do you remember testifying or making statements about your opinion of her previously where you said she was cheap?
Well, that was the nature of the show. It was a low budget tier.
Okay, and I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about your opinion about Gabrielle Pickle and whether you once believed she was cheap.
I don't recall if I said that, then I said that.
Would it refresh your memory to look at a transcript of your pretrial interview in this case?
If I said it, then
Okay.
I said it. I mean, that was the overall feeling with everybody. Everybody's always trying to get more money. That's just the way it goes.
Okay, thank you. Were you actually in the church at the time of the shooting incident in this case?
I was.
And do you recall ever seeing Hannah Gutierrez in the church at that time?
I do not. I saw her outside.
Would you agree with me that after lunch, right before the shooting, everybody on set was rushing to get the set all up and going?
I would agree with that.
Like, I don't know. I was hoping that maybe, we're not hoping, but I was thinking maybe for Hannah, like since everything was so low budget, they were trying to cheap out, they were trying to cut corners, they were trying to rush, that she just felt like she didn't have enough time to do her job properly. But I don't know. I just don't really get that. I don't really get that sentiment, honestly. It seems like, yes, she was divided between doing props duty and she was divided between doing armor duty, but it seems like she was also just kind of, she just wasn't the type of person who was doing her job very diligently. She was kind of like on the chill side. She was moving pretty slowly herself, like, I don't know. Just from what other cast members said, they're like, yeah, like we are kind of like low budget and, we're trying to shoot within a time frame, but it seems like everyone was working pretty okay. All right. I think that's about it for this witness. She's going to go back up here. This is the crime scene tech. I forgot her name was. Popple, I think. Popple? Miss Popple.
Truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Yeah, Tommy Pickles is from Rugrats.
Sorry, I didn't realize we were still presenting on the screen. Let's leave it on for now that I've figured out what's going on. Ms. Popple, good morning. How are you?
Good. I forgot her first name.
Thank you for returning to answer some additional questions. I would like to show you a series of photographs, and I believe there is no objection to these photos.
Are you exhibits?
They are exhibits.
All right.
And the photos are going to be 166 through 173.
Are admitted, you may publish.
Okay. Photo of.
This is a photo of dummy rounds that were removed from a box that was located in the prop truck, and then they were laid out on brown paper and rephotographed.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 48A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that, and how does it relate to the photo that we just looked at?
These are those same rounds while they were still in the foam insert.
And are these the rounds that came out of the box that had the blue Sharpie writing on the label?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 167. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a box of live rounds that were collected from PDQ.
And is one of them dissimilar than the others?
Yes, in the bottom corner, one of them has a silver primer.
Can you talk about this one over here?
Yes.
Now, remember, the live ammunition that was found on the Rust movie set, it had a silver primer on there. So that's why they're pointing it out. But they're going to try to show that the ammunition that was provided by Seth Kenny were not the same as the ones that were found on the movie set.
Is that the only live round with a silver primer that you found at PDQ?
No.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 168. Tell us how this photograph relates to the previous photo, this one here, 167. What's 168?
These are those same rounds removed from the box and laid out.
Do you know which of these has the silver primer?
It would be one of the rounds that's by itself.
One of these over here?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the shape of the projectile, is the shape of the projectile similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust?
No.
Is the head stamp of the round, and in fact, let's move to State's Exhibit head stamp of this live round the same as the head stamp of the live rounds from the set of Rust?
No.
They're different.
State's Exhibit 170, what are we looking at here?
These were additional rounds that were located at PDQ that had silver and color primers.
And are the head stamps the same as the live rounds found on the set of Rust?
No. View of those same live rounds located at PDQ with the silver primer.
Is the projectile shape the same as the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust?
No.
Thank you. I love
The
Sully.
live rounds with silver primers that came from PDQ, how many did you find?
There were, I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How many live rounds at PDQ with silver primers did you discover and photograph?
10.
10 out of all of them?
Yes.
Okay. And have we looked at all of them this morning?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 172, what is
Hey,
this?
Ben.
This is the outside of a ammunition box that was located in Lieutenant Benavides' vehicle.
And based on your experience in this case, do you know what kind of ammunition that box contained?
This contained blank rounds.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 173. And what kind of ammunition was inside this box?
There were blanks inside this box.
Entered into evidence. This box that we just looked at, can you tell us where it is on the cart?
Yes, it's
this
off
one?
to the side.
Is it this one
over
right
here.
here?
Yes, where your cursor is.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Five rounds, and that was in the search. Ms. Popple, so you testified earlier you all found 10 live rounds, and that was in the search that occurred approximately 1 month after the shooting, is that right?
Yes.
So again, you have no idea what happened in the month in which went by that you all weren't there to search, right?
Correct.
Now, State's Exhibit 4, you testified at the end, you looked at that exhibit and told the jury where that box was on the cart. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, it's also been your prior testimony, is it not, that you put that box back in the cart from Benavides' vehicle. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Was that box there before?
Yes.
Okay. So that wasn't one of the 2 boxes that were removed from Benavides' vehicle and put back on?
Correct. Those were placed in a brown paper bag and secured in the scene.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach to show some exhibit. Your Honor, defendant. Popple, defendant's Q, can you tell the jury what that photograph is?
This was a photo of dummy ammunition that was located at PDQ.
Now, when you say it was dummy ammunition, did you send these to the FBI lab?
No, we did not.
And did you actually seize those and take them to the sheriff's office?
No.
So you took a picture and you concluded they were dummies without getting lab confirmation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you next defendant's S.
I'm sorry. I believe this was a box of, you know what, I can't determine it out of context, I apologize.
Okay, but this was something you took at PDQ Props?
I couldn't determine it out of context, I apologize.
It's okay.
I have over 2,000 photographs, mostly of ammunition, so. Could you turn the photo?
Breaking our neck over here.
This was boxes of ammunition that were located at PDQ. I've taken at PDQ.
Did you, is this in the state was in when you, obviously when you got there for the search?
Yes.
What are those items in the back? They're yellow and green. You see at the very top right?
Oh, this?
What are those things?
I'm not sure, some form of tool.
Did you inspect that tool at all to find out what it was?
I believe that Sergeant Zook assisted with that aspect.
Were there any rounds in this picture?
Yeah, that is a hot mess.
If you could move it up, just because my portion has lettering underneath it.
Sure, yeah.
There were rounds on the table, yes.
So there is, and just to describe, there's rounds laying in a mix of all kinds of stuff. I don't even know what to call it. Is that clutter? Would that be a good word?
There were a large
Shit.
amount of items on the table.
Okay. What is the green cans? What are those?
I don't recall what the green cans were.
Okay. And what is that brown canister in the middle, or whatever that is, a box?
Gloves?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Mask?
Okay, I should point this thing right here.
The black box that's there, I don't recall what it was.
Did you all pick up these and look under them? Pick up the clutter and look under it?
Yes, items were moved.
Okay. So if you found anything under it, can you tell us what that was?
Nothing located underneath it was collected by us.
Okay. What are those manuals in the top right? Did you look at those?
I don't recall what those manuals were.
Did you determine whether there was any equipment or other tools within the PDQ props?
If there were tools?
Equipment, first of all, like machines?
I don't recall there being machines. I mean, there were some miscellaneous tools.
Do you know what
I mean, if Seth Kenny was this organized as the defense is trying to portray, which it looks like a mess right there, right? There must have been at least one bullet that would have matched the one that was found in the Rust set. Because they were saying like, oh, Seth Kenny's the one that provided it. Well, I mean, this place is such a mess that don't you think that they would have found at least one that's laying around somewhere if they're trying to show how sloppy he was?
a reloading machine is?
I know what it is, yes.
It's a reloading machine.
Seeing those closer, does that refresh your memory as to whether you might have seen what those were?
It does not. I did not inspect those items personally.
Oh, a reloading thing?
These boxes that you looked through or inspected the JS initials?
Yes, multiple boxes had JS initials.
I'm going to show you.
I don't recall exactly where this picture originated from. These are more ammo boxes that were located at PDQ.
Now, did you find any written inventory system in the paperwork that you might have inspected at the search?
I did not myself, no.
Did you determine whether there was any computerized inventory system that kind of cataloged where things were?
That I do not know.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
These were more ammunition boxes located at PDQ.
Were you able to ascertain any type of system, just staring at everything, as to how these were arranged?
They seem to be arranged by ammo type.
And were they all kind of put in together? Did you ever see bags of rounds put in by boxes?
I don't recall.
I'm going to show you defendant's AA. Does that appear to be bags of rounds by boxes?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, that was how it was when you took this picture at the search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then I have, let me see, Judge, just 1 second. Okay,
Yeah, I don't know, just time to process it. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you'll run into like a true crime
Right.
video that will really like fuck you up mentally. I don't know, just time to process. Sometimes you can watch like happy videos to try to get your mind over it.
Pavel, when you were at PDQ, you were there pursuant to a search warrant, is that right?
Yes.
And did the search warrant let you take from that property anything you wanted to?
No, it had restrictions.
What were the restrictions of the warrant?
We were looking specifically for live ammunition, 45 caliber.
Okay. 45 caliber live ammunition?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take all of the 45 caliber live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
Of all of the 45 caliber live ammunition that you took from PDQ, was any of it similar to the live rounds found on the set of Rust?
No.
Yeah, the
I'm gonna
Morgan
show
and
you,
Morgan.
what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit Z.
It's like stuck in my head. Good job, Jesse Weber.
45 caliber live rounds.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Defendant's Exhibit AA. Do you see that?
Yes.
These bags I'm a little reluctant to call them ammunition, but what appears to be, at a minimum, brass casings. Were those taken into evidence?
No.
Why not?
Because they were not 45 caliber live ammunition.
As you look at that photo, do you know whether they were live ammunition at all?
No, I don't believe they were.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I think he's going to ask like one more question. No, that's it. All right, next witness. This is Rebecca Smith, and I've been looking forward to hearing from Rebecca Smith. Rebecca Smith. Does the name Rebecca ring a bell to anyone? Maybe I won't spoil it. Have they arrested yet? No.
Do you
they
swear
have
affirm
not.
under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Smith, go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Rebecca Smith.
And Ms. Smith, in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as Keycraft Services.
Was that on the set of Rust?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what Keycraft Services does?
Keycraft Services is basically a set mom. I show up and make sure that coffee is ready for everybody, that everybody has snacks and hydration. If they run out of sunscreen, if they run out of chapstick, they come to me.
Hi, Go Lucky.
And what hotel were you staying at when you were working on the set of Rust?
The Inn at Santa Fe.
And was Ms. Gutierrez also staying there?
Yes, ma'am.
A trainee geography teacher. That is so specific.
During the time that the two of you were both working on the set of Rust, did you get to know her?
Know her? No. I had a chance to sit with her once or twice, but not.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot to turn it down. Usually when Mr. Bowles goes up, I speed up a little bit because he speaks really slow. I forgot to change it. Usually she speaks really fast.
Working on the set of Rust, did you get to know her?
Know her? No. I had a chance to sit with her once or twice, but not really get to know her.
Okay. Would you say she was more of an acquaintance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Acquaintance.
And
Yikes.
Ms. Smith, were you present at the hotel the evening of October 21st, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point that evening, did you go to Ms. Gutierrez's hotel room?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Court and I forget what his name was, but the set steward were in her hotel room and needed to go to the store to get something and did not want to leave her alone, so they called me and asked me to come up to her room.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you stay with Ms. Gutierrez for a little while?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, did you leave?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen when you left Ms. Gutierrez's room?
Yes. She asked me if I could hold on to something for her. I said yes. She put it in my hand, and I walked out as there was a knock on the door.
And after you left the room, did you look to see what she had placed in your hand?
Yes.
And can you describe, without making any assumptions about what it was, can you just describe what you saw in your hand?
Yes. It was a clear Ziploc baggie with a green small Ziploc baggie inside, and there was powder inside the green baggie.
What color was the powder?
White.
So dumb. I don't know why she just didn't flush it down the toilet. Was it just too expensive for her to just flush it down the toilet? Like, why would you give it to someone that wasn't even a close friend of yours or family member, but an acquaintance? Someone that you just knew from working on the movie set? Why would you do this, Hannah? Just flush it down the toilet!
I want you to compare this to like a sugar packet that you
It was
would.
definitely not sugar.
No, I'm sorry. Let me get my
look like sugar.
Let me get my question out.
Okay.
I want to have a discussion about how much was in the green
Okay.
part, and I want you to compare it to a sugar packet that you would open and put in coffee or tea.
Okay.
How many of those do you think it was?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, how old are you?
I'm 51.
And when you were a younger person, did you have an opportunity to use the drug cocaine?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a recovering addict.
Dude, and that makes Hannah look so bad. Like if they put this in the headlines, Hannah gave coke to a recovering addict to try to cover her own crime. Like that could just sound really bad. But, I don't think that there were any reasons for Hannah to have known that she was a recovering coke addict.
Are you familiar with what cocaine looks like?
It sounds bad.
Are you familiar with the way that cocaine is packaged?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on that experience, what did you believe to be in the bag?
I believed it to be cocaine.
And what did you do with it?
I threw it in the hallway trash can before even going downstairs to my hotel room.
And why did you throw it in the hallway trash can?
Because, like I said, I am a recovering addict.
And then also, why would she risk herself having this illegal substance on her, like driving it? Like it's just too risky. Why? What was she thinking? Not her. What was Hannah thinking?
Can't, first and foremost, have it in my possession. And second, I was really very offended. And first and foremost, have it in my possession. And second, I was really very offended, and I didn't want anything to do with the situation anymore.
Okay. After October 21st passes, did you receive any text message communications from Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, several.
And generally speaking, what was the theme of those messages?
And we saw those text messages. It was like, hey, can I get my stuff back? Hey, when can I meet up with you? And then she was texting this other person and was trying to figure out where Rebecca was. And she was trying to be like, hey, like, can Rebecca give you something for me, please? Like, I need to go pick it up, blah, blah, blah. Rebecca's not responding.
Messages.
I want my stuff back.
Other than the bag containing the green bag containing the white powder, other than that item, did you have anything else that belonged to Ms. Gutierrez?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, so I was thinking like, okay, maybe Hannah handed her like a fanny pack or like a backpack of things, and it just happened to have coke inside of there. Maybe there were other things in there that she really needed to get back. Maybe there was like, I don't know, maybe she had like a wallet or a journal, or maybe just like stuff in general that she just wanted back. But it seems like it was just the coke. Just the coke. Only the coke. Hannah was just focused on getting the coke back. If it's coke.
Did you bring this information to the attention of law enforcement?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Like I said, I didn't want to be involved in the situation if I didn't have to be.
Okay. And how long after the incident do you think it was before someone reached out to you to talk to you about this?
I believe it was about September of 2023 when you contacted me about it.
And I personally called you?
Yes, ma'am. Texted, I believe it was.
Okay. And did you tell me on that day what you have testified to today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Miss Gutierrez-Reed hotel room, you were called over and Miss Gutierrez-Reed was distraught, correct?
Yes.
Now you were called over and there were, you could see she was visibly distraught, couldn't you?
Yes.
And didn't you say that you would stay with her that night and make sure she was okay?
I said I would stay with her for a little bit, yes, until court and the steward came back.
Okay. And at the time you left, had they gotten back?
No.
So before they got back, despite your word earlier, you left.
Yes.
Did Miss Gutierrez-Reed also go to your room that night?
No.
Now, your testimony is that the last time you used cocaine was approximately 20 years old. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that would have been, I think, 31 years ago?
Yes.
And since then, thankfully, you've been clean. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you have not seen that substance in 31 years. That's fair to say?
No, that's not fair to say.
Okay.
I have seen it, just not used it.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, you stated on direct examination that you believed it to be cocaine.
Yes.
And do you recall stating at one point that you said it could be cocaine or meth?
I don't recall saying that, no.
Okay, do you recall at your pretrial interview being asked the question, what was in those baggies? Inside the green, well, inside the snack baggie was the green baggie. Inside the green baggie was a white powdery substance, which I knew to be cocaine, or I mean, it could have been meth or something too.
It could have.
Okay.
But I don't believe that it was, nor did I state that I believed it was. I just said that it could be.
And that was my question. I'm just asking if you said it could have been meth too.
Correct.
But meth is not any better. Listen, I know that like the defense attorney is trying to show that like, hey, you can't tell the difference, you know? Maybe it's not cocaine. But then for him to introduce a part of the transcript where she was like, oh, it could have been meth, like that's not even any better for your client.
So in reality, it could have been a number of other white powders. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Do you know what creatine looks like?
No.
Protein powder? Why would anyone put protein powder in a green little Ziploc bag in another Ziploc bag?
Protein powder?
Yes.
Do you know what creatine looks like?
No.
Protein powder?
Yes. Because I work in craft services.
Okay. We could go through a whole list of items, but there's a lot of white powdered sugar, right? Mm-hmm. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. So the reality is you have a belief, but you don't know for certain what was in that bag, do you?
Correct.
Now, that was never tested,
No.
and that was never provided to law enforcement.
No.
How long did you hold that baggie before you threw it in the trash?
I didn't make it all the way down the hallway.
I just feel like, I don't know, I don't think the jury's going to buy this shit.
So how many feet do you think that was that you walked?
I don't even know how many feet the hallway is long, so...
Hey, listen, this is some very expensive ass creatine powder, okay? I'm gonna let you hold on to it, and then I'm gonna spend the next 3 months coming after you trying to get it back, okay? This is very expensive, very exclusive.
Can you look at the courtroom and estimate, just telling us?
Hi, Moondog.
Possibly to the distance of the gentleman in the blue suit.
Okay, is he seated
Right
at counsel
here,
table?
yes.
So would you agree with me that's about 20, 25 feet?
Sure.
Okay. So you walked 20, 25 feet, and were you looking at that bag the whole time, or were you having it down by your side?
At first it was down by my side, and then I, of course, raised my hand to look.
Okay, now, weren't you walking past some police officers, too?
Men in uniform, not sure whether they were police officers.
Well, what do the uniforms look like?
They
Hi,
could have
Amy.
been armed security. I did not see an actual badge, so I could not say for sure that they were police. They were men in uniform in either security or police.
Well, do you recall being asked the question, why didn't you just hand it back to her? And you said, because I didn't want to do anything in front of the police. On page 19 of your interview?
Yes,
So at that time at your interview, you indicated they were police.
I indicated that I believed that they were police, yes.
No, you didn't say believe. You said, because I didn't want to do anything in front of the...
Man, it would have been a tough thing because let's say Hannah handed her the cocaine and she handed it to the police right afterwards. Then Hannah would have been like, I didn't give it to her. That was hers the entire time. And then it would be like a he said, she said type of thing, you know?
The police.
Rough situation.
So were they police or not?
I don't know.
Men
So
in black.
you walk down 25 feet, you look up at it, and then you throw it in the trash. Is that right?
I looked at it and then waited for the trash can, of course. I didn't throw it on the floor or anything, so I did have to wait for the trash can to be there.
Sure. So you, in fairness, you probably had 5 seconds to look at this bag. Is that about right?
Yes.
So you had a 5-second glance through a white baggie and a green baggie, and you then based your conclusion
Listen, let's stop with this nonsense, okay? Let's just get Hannah up there to testify and let's just ask her what it is.
on that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also said that you thought this was about 4 to 5 sugar packets.
Correct.
That's a
Okay.
lot.
Well, do you recall previously stating that you didn't know what the weight was?
Correct.
Okay.
No.
Well, do you recall being asked a question, so you have no experience with weight, and you testify, well, I don't know what it weighed. I mean, could be an 8-ball, but I don't even know what an 8-ball weighs. So, I mean, that's like asking me how much this weighs. I don't know. It's a couple of pounds. You want to see this?
I used to know what an 8-ball weighs, but I don't remember anymore.
No, I don't need to see it. What I was referring to was a body armor that I'd already opened and taken a couple of drinks of, and I held it up and said, I don't know what this weighs. maybe a pound or two. That was in reference to the body armor, not to the baggies.
Poor Mr. Bolts didn't have that context.
Okay, well, in reality, in a 5-second glance, would you agree with me? You have no idea what the weight was.
Correct.
Okay, and you really, other than your guess, you have no idea for certain what was in that bag.
Correct.
Between you and Ms.
Oops, sorry.
Ma'am, last question. Do you recall in those text messages between you and Ms. Gutierrez Reed, she at one point asked you back for her things, plural?
Yes.
Okay, and so things is more than one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, she probably doesn't want to text, hey, can I get my Coke back? And who says, can I get my thing back?
Nothing further.
She probably obviously wanted to make it sound vague, you know?
Ms. Smith, have you ever seen powdered sugar packaged like that?
Never.
Have you ever seen regular sugar packaged like that?
Never.
Have you seen cocaine packaged like that?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about your contact with Ms. Gutierrez inside the room. Did you, when you were in there, in Ms. Gutierrez's room visiting with her, did you speak with her?
Yes.
Did she mention to you that she was extremely worried about Ms. Hutchins and Ms. Hutchins' death?
No, ma'am.
What specifically did she say to you when you were in her room with regard to any concerns that she had?
She was concerned about her career. She was concerned about being prosecuted because somebody got shot.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Yikes.
Ask one more question.
Can we approach real quick?
Yes.
All right, he's going to ask his question.
Ma'am, you were the one that told Ms. Gutierrez Reed that night that Helena had passed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
I don't know why he would ask that question. I feel like that makes his client look even more worse. So she's the one that told Hannah that Helena passed away, and all Hannah said was that she was worried about career, she was worried about herself, she was worried about being prosecuted. I don't know why he would follow up with that question. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm a little bit confused. Why does it matter? So the state, they're trying to say that like, oh, you know, this woman was or this young woman was very careless. You know, she had drugs on the set. Maybe she was doing drugs. Maybe that's why she wasn't able to do her job properly and check the ammunition that led to the death of Helena and Joel Souza being hurt. So they have her up there testifying, saying that like, oh, you know, she was the one that handed the Coke to me. So it's like part of the drug part. But I mean, I don't think we have anyone else that's going to testify. I mean, maybe they will, but I haven't heard anyone saying that like, oh, Hannah was doing Coke on the set.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Let me look at the list. Give me just 1 second.
It's my beauty secret.
State will call Seth Kenny.
I think it was because she was probably worried that there was law enforcement outside of her hotel room, essentially kind of like guarding that area. She was probably worried about it, and she decided to keep the cocaine and hand it over to her coworker. But the thing was, I was like, well, why won't you just flush it down the toilet? But nah, man, maybe it was really expensive. Maybe it was a really good high quality Coke that she didn't want to just flush down the toilet. I don't know. I don't know why she would risk and biscuit and give it to like a acquaintance coworker who wasn't going to tell on her later on. I don't know. I feel like you would just flush it down the toilet, you know? Okay, so this is Seth Kenny, and I don't know, in my head, I pictured Seth Kenny looking like Tiger King or looking like Ted Nugent, okay? I don't, when I saw this guy, I was like, who this? I don't know why. I imagined Seth Kenny to be like some crazy looking dude. It looks very normal. What was court in recess?
Weed.
Oh gosh, okay, hello. Hi, Jesse Weber. How are you doing today? We like Jesse.
This case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. State your full name for the record, please.
Good morning, Seth Andrew Kenny.
Mr. Kenny, where to begin?
Have a seat. Yeah, where to begin?
In October of 2021, what kind of business did you run?
I ran a prop and weapons supply house to the film and entertainment industry. Could be anything from theater, and also volunteer work associated with active shooter training.
Okay. Would you move that microphone a little closer to you there?
Yep.
Yes,
If you can?
please.
All right.
Thank you.
And do you still have that business?
I do.
How did you get into the prop supply business?
I got contacted in about 2009. Had previously been consulting for a firearms business, indoor shooting range, and retail segment, as well as some law enforcement training. So there was a crossover. And from that, I met an individual that was working in the film industry. And at some point, he said he needed some help, and it was just going to be a 2-month thing. Turned into 15 years.
Okay. And that individual, what kind of work did that individual do?
He did a similar thing where he set up weapons, sent them out onto shows, and also worked as an armor on set.
Okay.
It's been about 12 years, maybe 13.
Okay. And at some point, sir, did you meet a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I did, very briefly. I was aware of Thel Reed because we were on opposite ends. He was working set on Django Unchained, and I was behind the scenes working with the prop master, preparing the weapons that were going to be used by cast. So I was aware of him then, and then very briefly one day, a prop master brought him into the LA Prop House Arsenal, where I did actually meet him. It wasn't again until about 2018 where we became friends.
Okay. So when the two of you became friends, what did Thel do for a living, and how did it relate to what you did?
Well, primarily, he's more than anything, he's a gun coach.
Oh God, he's a gun coach. Crazy. I wonder if Thel decided to throw his friend under the bus because having Hannah being responsible would come back to Thel, and that would tarnish his reputation, I guess. Maybe that's why he was so willing to throw Seth Kenny under the bus.
And he does work set as an armor as well, but something that he's unrivaled in is as being a gun coach. As an armor, he does a fantastic job, or he did back in the day. So he would work set, and on the back end, I would prepare the weapons. For the most part, I work set as little as possible.
Okay, when you say work set, what do you mean?
Actually, ending up on a call sheet, being hired by a film production. It could be episodics. It could be any TV show that you might see. Walking Dead, for instance, and then, or it could just be a feature film, like Django Unchained. And so when you are hired by production, you end up being an employee or an independent consultant for that production.
Okay, so working on set was not your thing?
Definitely not my focus.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you and Mr. Reed work on a film together where Mr. Reed was an armorer or a coach and you were the vendor, the supplier?
That was, it was 1883. It wasn't a feature film. It was more of a, one-run episodic. And I had been working with Taylor Sheridan's prop master.
And who's Taylor Sheridan?
Taylor Sheridan is a writer-director of the Paramount production, and he's kind of created his own segment of Americana that's very popular.
Are you talking about Yellowstone in 1883?
Yellowstone 1883, Yellowstone 1923, Mayor of Kingstown, Sicario. He wrote Sicario, both, I believe. Wind River, amazing movie.
Okay.
That was actually the first time that I had been a provider consultant for Taylor Sheridan, was on Wind River.
Okay. Let's jump back to 1883. Describe for the jury, please, how you and Mr. Reed sort of worked together on that series.
Well, I had to push hard to get him onto the crew and hired. And so we talked about it, and I'm fairly tight with the prop master. Again, we've been working together since Wind River. And I convinced him to hire Thel and to keep him on longer than most gun coaches or older persons would be allowed on set. Frankly, the Texas heat was just too much for him. So,
and just so that everyone knows, approximately how old is Mr. Reed now?
Exactly, I don't know, but he's got to be pushing 80.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's around 80s.
So, in what capacity was Mr. Reed hired on the set of 1883? Was he a coach or an armorer? Primarily,
he was the gun coach, and he had difficulty with the Texas heat. So I was constantly making sure that he was in an air-conditioned environment, and that's not something that a set on Texas allows for.
Sure. So
I have not seen Cocaine Bear yet.
on 1883.
Well, it involved initially it was pretty casual, and we were using replicas, and it happened to be Taylor Sheridan's private arena.
When you say replicas, are you talking about real guns or fake guns?
These are fake guns,
Okay.
replicas. Yeah, and so that's where it started. It's kind of a meet and greet, and just get some of the basics down. And Thale, he's been doing it for so many decades, 60 plus years as a gun coach in armor. He knows small bite-sized pieces to the actors is at best.
Okay.
So
Was there coaching sessions that included real firearms?
there were. Then at some point, it was decided, and I'm not sure who made the decision, that they actually wanted to set up a private range on a portion of Taylor Sheridan's private ranch with an appropriate backstop and it controls. And that is where the cast, it was a bit of a team building as well, learned about how the functioning of the firearms, and we were mixed between blanks and live. We had live ammunition in one area, and then take people off to the side and shoot blanks. And essentially, the safe distance on most blanks is about 20 feet. So we would take them away from the firing line and test and train them there. And primarily, they had gotten it by that point. They had really understood for their characters what they needed to be and do on set.
So you mentioned that during these coaching sessions, some of the cast was shooting with live ammunition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall what kind of caliber weapons the cast was using to shoot that live ammunition from?
It was a mix we had available from memory, 12 gauge birdshot, just the basics of that. I don't think we even touched that ammo. The prop master had some guns that were chambered in .357, I believe, some lever actions, and also in .45 Colt or .45 long Colt. Both are okay.
All right.
Terms.
Can you explain to the jury, well, let me ask you this. Do you know where the live ammunition came from that was used in those coaching sessions?
I do.
Where did
he's
it come
old.
from?
The .45 long Colt came from Thale. He had a number of reloads that I asked him to bring because at that time it was very difficult to source live ammunition. It was difficult. So he had what turned out to be 325 reloads of .45 long Colt.
And when you say reload, what are you talking about?
Well, it's once used case. So every case of ammunition starts out as new. And at that point,
What do you mean when you say case?
the actual brass case. So if we talk about a round of ammunition, there are 4 components to that. There's the yellowish colored brass case, the primer that is pressed into the base of the case. Then we have gunpowder, some type of, could be black powder, synthetic black powder, modern smokeless powder, and then you need a projectile. And so those four components make up a single round of ammunition.
Okay, so the live ammunition that was used for the coaching session was provided by Mr. Reed.
Correct.
And if you know, I don't know if you do you know where he got it?
Yes, he said he got it from Joe Swanson.
Okay, and who's Joe Swanson?
Joe Swanson is
The JS initial.
probably the primary supplier of blanks and dummy rounds to worldwide. If you happen to see something go bang in a puff of smoke in a movie or an episodic a television show, worldwide, chances are that Joe Swanson made it.
Okay.
Is that the same name as the guy from Parks and Rec? The guy who loves bacon?
45 long Colt live ammunition that was used for the training camp on 1883, was it all used up?
No.
So can you tell us approximately how much was left over?
It was, if memory serves me correct, it was about 125 rounds, roughly.
And what happened to that ammunition after you finished training the actors on 1883?
Well, that's a little bit hazy. At one point, I do recall that certain things were offloaded from my Sprinter van because they just weren't needed, and that was one of those things. But at some point, it got moved back to Albuquerque, and I've never been able to pinpoint the date.
Hi, Kay.
The live ammunition was moved back to Albuquerque?
Correct.
And specifically, where in Albuquerque was it being housed?
It was in a gray bin marked live ammunition, and it was actually in the bathroom
Of where?
of PDQ's location in Albuquerque.
Of your business?
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury how you
I think we heard some references of OSHA throughout the trial. I went through the OSHA summary and findings, I think about a couple days ago.
You would keep, how did you know it was live, and how were you able to keep it separate from dummies and blanks?
Well, it's obviously, it's a concern anytime you've got these things in, let's just say, one structure. And in this instance, always better to keep live ammunition near blanks rather than dummy rounds, because dummy rounds and live ammunition can look exactly the same. So if we were to look, if I were to set aside a single blank and a piece of, in a round, single round of live ammunition, it would be obvious which is which, just from looking at it, okay? The same cannot be said for live ammunition. So these are things that should never be next to each other.
Did you keep all of the 45 long Colt live ammunition in the gray bin?
It was in the gray bin, and it was marked on two sides live ammunition.
Did you have 45 long Colt live ammunition stored anywhere other than the gray bin at PDQ in Albuquerque?
No.
Oh, really? OSHA's going to come to testify? Maybe the defense will call OSHA? Maybe they won't be called by the state?
And do you recall a search warrant being executed at PDQ?
I do.
And when the search warrant was executed, were you present?
I was.
Did you aid the police?
Absolutely.
And did you provide law enforcement all of the 45 Colt live ammunition that you had at PDQ?
Yes, and it wasn't spelled out in the warrant that way. If my memory serves me correct, the warrant specified that any live.
Yeah, well, it's okay. We'll move on from that. I understand your concerns. So let's not talk about the warrant, okay? Was there another show that you and Mr. Reed both supplied firearms and ammunition to after 1883?
No.
So let me, did you supply firearms and when I say ammunition, I apologize, I mean blanks and dummies, to the set of a movie called The Old Way?
Yes, but that was filming concurrently with 1883.
Okay, they were happening at the same time?
Yes.
All right. So what did you provide?
Excuse me, actually, sorry. Now that I think about it, actually Hannah was wrapping The Old Way, and we were still in pre-production at that point. I don't think we had gone to camera yet.
On 1883?
Yeah. I remember being in Texas at the time when Hannah was wrapping out The Old Way, which is essentially concluding filming. No more camera work at all, right? She's packing up her guns, she's packing up her bags to leave Livingston, Montana, and we were still prepping to go to camera, but working for production on 1883.
Okay. So you indicated that Hannah was involved in the movie The Old Way. Can you explain to the jury in what capacity was she working on that film?
That was the one with Nicolas Cage, right?
Oh, so it was her first solo lead as head armor, and Thale got in touch with me and said that.
Hang on, I don't want any hearsay.
Okay.
So she was the lead armor, and that was the first movie she was lead armor on.
Correct.
Okay. Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you supplied to the set.
Who is that? Oh, go Lucky. Thank you so much for the resub for 19 months. How was your weekend?
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you supplied to the set of The Old Way.
Roughly half the guns, most of them the long arms, which are lever actions, and shotguns, and single shot rifles as well. And then there was a mix of about 50% Thale, 50% PDQ supplied the blanks. I supplied 14 rounds of 38-40 dummy rounds, and Thale and Hannah supplied the balance of the dummy rounds.
Okay, so you supplied, the only dummies that you supplied to The Old Way were caliber 38-40.
Correct.
Did you supply any 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of The Old Way?
No, I didn't have any.
And you only supplied 14?
What's it called? 38-40?
Did you supply any 45 long Colt caliber 38-40?
38-40.
Did you supply any 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of The Old Way?
No, I didn't have any.
And you only supplied 14 38-40 dummies?
It's all I had, yeah.
Okay. And it's your understanding that Mr. Reed and Ms. Gutierrez supplied the remaining dummy rounds to that show?
Yes.
The dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez supplied to the set of the Old Way, if you know, do you know where she got them?
She got them from Vail.
All right. A lot of your ammunition from Mr. Swanson.
100%. Actually, no, excuse me, 90%.
Mr. Swanson, do you source a lot of your ammunition from Mr. Swanson?
100%. Actually, no, excuse me, 90%.
And do you source from Mr. Swanson?
And again, not ammunition.
Understood.
Dummy rounds and blanks.
Okay. Do you source both dummy rounds and blanks from Mr. Swanson?
Dummy rounds 100% from Joe Swanson.
Okay. I think we should look at some pictures if we can get set up. Mr. Bowles.
Now, the reason why the Joe Swanson thing is very important is because Hannah says that she got the live ammunition from that box. And that's the box that matches the one that Thel Reed has. And he's saying, Seth Kenny's saying that, like, I don't get live ammunition from Joe Swanson. It's not my box.
Will you have a look at something with me? Look, I don't want it to be displayed yet. So here's.
And I feel like the state, if they were, when they were initially going after Seth Kenny and looking into him, I'm sure they would have been able to get maybe like invoices from Joe Swanson to see if Seth Kenny did get live ammunition from him.
Just so that you know what I'm going to show him.
Oh, look, everyone's helping each other. How cute.
A box of dummies from Mr. Swanson with that label.
No, never.
And
sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Kenny, do you see the photograph on your screen?
I do.
Thank you. Have you ever had a box of dummies from Mr. Swanson with that label?
No, never.
And why would you not have a box with this label if you're sourcing your dummy rounds from Mr. Swanson?
Well, 1883 was the first period show that that I needed 45 long Colt dummy rounds for. Prior to that, even though we had done a flashback scene with Tim McGraw in Yellowstone, there was no call for dummy rounds, or the prop master sourced them elsewhere. So I just never needed them. And when I did, I needed them by the thousands, not by boxes of 50. And so what happened is Joe Swanson, he asked me, do you want me to package them up? I said, no, there's no point. Right? It's more work for everybody. So he sent them to me in bulk.
Okay, and so you never had anything like this in your possession?
Never.
And let's talk about the dummy rounds that you provided to the set of Rust. Did you provide 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Rust?
I did. I supplied a single box of 50 on October 12th.
And this is the box where Sarah Kenny came by and picked them up.
Where did those dummy rounds come from?
From the prop truck in Texas from 1883.
So when you took the dummy rounds that you supplied to the set of Rust from the prop truck on 1883, walk us through what you did with them.
So the Sarah and Hannah had issues with a couple of guns, and so potentially they needed replacements. There was an issue with the reassembly after cleaning. So I pulled some of PDQ's inventory from the 1883 prop truck to make sure that I had something to replace. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a 45 long Colt chambered gun that matched what they had on Rust. But I did find one chambered in 4440. So I took that gun, a box of 4440 dummy rounds, and also spotted some antiqued 45 long Colt dummy rounds in bulk, and put them literally into a double bag of some type of grocery store bag.
Wait, remember how Hannah tried to load, was it? Hold on a second. I remember law enforcement, they found a rifle where it was jammed because someone had put the wrong ammunition size in there. And I remember them saying that it was like a 45, but someone put in like a 44 in and it got stuck and they had to like try to get it out. Was it because he was the one that supplied that one and then Hannah didn't know that the sizes were different and that's why it got stuck?
So I took that gun, a box of 4440 dummy rounds, and also spotted some antiqued 45 long Colt dummy rounds in bulk, and put them literally into a double bag of some type of grocery store bag. And those 3 items went into my Sprinter van, and I drove straight from that set to my PDQ's location in Albuquerque.
And when you got to the PDQ location in Albuquerque, what did you do with the 45 long Colt dummy rounds that you brought from 1883?
It's kind of an odd thing to say, but because there were probably a considerable amount of money in firearms in the van at the time that were headed back to California, I slept in the van with the guns behind closed gates, but that's just what you have to do. So it wasn't until the morning of the 12th that they were brought into the my place, PDQ's location in Albuquerque.
Okay, and what did you do with them when you brought them inside?
Well, I got rid of the grocery bags straight away, and I built a small brown cardboard box, and they got poured into there. Sarah Zachary was running late, and when she showed up, I was able to reassemble and test the gun.
And let me stop you real quick, just so that we're connecting all the dots. Why was Sarah Zachary coming to PDQ on October 12th?
Well, she needed to find out whether or not I could quickly reassemble the gun without issue and make sure that it was ready to be used on camera for rust.
And were you able to do that?
I was.
Okay.
But she ended up running probably 3 hours late, and I had nothing else to do. Essentially, I was just waiting to meet with her and drive to California. So while I was sitting there doing nothing, I looked at these overly antiqued rounds that had been dipped in a chemical that patinaed not only the lead bullets, but also the cases very heavily, too heavily, and they didn't look right. They didn't look right for camera. So I just sat there and decided, well, I'll just see what it looks like after I polish them up with some quad steel wool. And that's what I did. What I realized, though, too, is that some of the chemicals seemed to have leaked into the case, and some of the rattles seemed muddy.
What do you mean when you say some of the rattles seemed muddy?
Well, Joe Swanson, for the most part, stopped using BBs inside the dummy rounds because the sound guys could hear them on camera. So if the gun is being manipulated, you could actually hear the dummy rounds rattling around. There's a number of instances where I can hear dummy rounds in TV and movies where I can spot it, and I'm like, oh, you can hear the dummy rounds rattling. It's kind of interesting. So he switched to using a single piece of number 2 lead shot, which is an adequate rattle, but it's a little bit muffled. And I suspect what had happened is the chemical had caused some kind of gooey layer, to my best guess. And so I noticed that they just didn't sound safe to me. They just didn't sound like I wanted, Hannah and Sarah to have to be dealing with something that seems odd. And so I selected, before I sat there and polished each dummy round, I had to make sure, one, it rattled before I spent a minute polishing the round. If we're talking about a box of 50 plus writing a label on both ends, I sat there with this box for an hour. So they got rattled before they got polished, and then re-rattled to make sure they would rattle without issue, and then individually inserted into the box.
Okay, hang on just a second.
I was saying that I thought he would look like Tiger King or Ted Nugent.
Switch over to the Elmo for this because it requires too many steps and it'll take too long. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is this a photo of?
It's a photo of the brown cardboard box that I had just taped up to purposely hold those aged dummy rounds, and you can see in the picture what they look like before being polished with quad steel wool.
Okay. I am going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 174. There's no objection to admitting this into evidence, and I'd like to publish.
Blank cases in the box, as well as the quad steel wool.
Okay. So when did you take this photograph?
I don't recall.
Is this a photograph of the dummy rounds that you provided to the set of rust?
That's correct. So it would have to be, the picture was either taken on October 12th or after.
Okay.
Because that box and those dummy rounds didn't exist until that morning of October 12th.
Okay. And after, I think you indicated that you rattled them, polished them, and rattled them again. Is that right?
Correct.
And how did you provide them to the set of rust? Were they in a bag? Were they in a box?
They were in a white box with white gaffer tape, which is kind of a pattern tape, very strong. And I hand wrote in blue Sharpie ink on both ends of the box what the contents of it were.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been.
I do.
What's that?
That is the box of dummy rounds that I supplied to Zachary on October 12th.
So the dummy rounds that we saw in the box, in the brown box in the previous photo, you took those and you put them into this box.
What we see in the brown box with the aged dummy rounds is the remainder.
Sorry, the trash guy is here. Cheeto, it's a trash guy.
Because again, I didn't just take 50 rounds. I took, I would estimate, up to nearly 100 in total. So we've got, this is a box that contained 50 dummy rounds, aged and polished, and the remainder was left in that brown cardboard box.
Right. He seems competent. I thought he was going to go up here and testify and look like some messy piece of shit person or something like that. But he seems like a very competent guy, at least what we're getting so far. But who knows? Maybe in cross-examination, maybe they'll start poking holes in his story.
You're talking about the remainder. Are you talking about what's shown in Defendant's Exhibit L43?
Yes.
Without the steel wool? Are those the ones that actually ended up in the box and went to rust?
No, those are still the remainder.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48A.
Yeah, I saw in the chat, it says boring. Boring, boring, boring.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
It appears to be that same, the foam insert and dummy rounds, the polished antique dummy rounds that I gave to Sarah Zachary on October 12th. Although, one of them appears like it doesn't belong.
You talking about this one?
I believe it to be that round. It doesn't look like it's had any aging, and I think I've seen it in other evidence photos where they're laid on their side and it stands out.
So, and hang on just a second. Let's do this. Let me show you.
I also wonder, because I don't think I've seen Thel Reed in the background, or, I mean, do we know if her mom's back there? Like, where are her family members supporting her? Are they like, that bitch is guilty, we ain't going?
What has been previously entered into evidence at State's Exhibit 166.
And all the way to the right of the top row, just beneath that, it appears that round is inconsistent.
Circle.
Looks shiny.
So that round that I've circled in red does not appear like the others, and I have a tough time thinking that I would provided that round.
Okay. And after you gave the box to Ms. Zachary and it was taken to the set of rust, do you know what was done with it after that?
No, even if she left it in her car, I had no idea what she had done with it.
Okay.
Whether or not they used it or not.
Okay. I'm going to show you
I've seen
the dummy rounds that appear to be in the belt. Is it hard to tell from this photo?
It's hard to tell, yeah.
Okay, so let's
and the shadows in the photos make it difficult as well.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move to State's Exhibit 40. This is previously, these are the rounds that were taken out of the belt. Do those look like your rounds?
They do. They're definitely similar. A higher resolution on an iPad would be ideal, but they look very similar. Can I guarantee that those are the PDQ rounds? No. It would be difficult to say.
What? I believe Thel Reed would be called as a witness for the defense. What for? I mean, I'm down to listen to him, but what for, I guess? Would it be like his conversation with Seth Kenny and I guess about like them working on the 1883 movie together and the types of rounds they use, something like that, I guess?
Casually, yes. Court of law, not so much.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been and do you see that this photograph has an extra round up here?
I do.
Are you familiar with what a Denix round is?
I am.
What's a Denix round?
Well, it's a costume round.
What's the difference between a costume round and a dummy round?
Costume rounds don't rattle. First off, the Denix round that I've found, that I've tested, won't chamber in a gun either. The cast manufacturing seam is out of spec, so even though it says 45 Colt or 45 long Colt on the end of it, you actually can't get it to chamber.
Hang on just a second. When you said the cast manufacturing seam, can you see that in the photo?
I can, yep. I'm gonna go ahead and underline it.
Okay. In your inventory?
No, because it's something that if it doesn't rattle and it's coming from a weapon supplier, a vendor, it sets a dangerous precedent that we can say some dummy rounds don't rattle. And
Remember in the beginning of the trial, we're all wondering why the hell would there be dummy rounds that didn't rattle? That doesn't make sense. I feel like that sounds so dangerous. And I'm so glad we're
from a weapon supplier, a vendor, it sets a dangerous precedent that we can say some dummy rounds don't rattle. And there is definitely debate regarding this point. PDQ, though, and I have never sent out any dummy round that doesn't rattle, whether or not the primer has been struck by a firing pin. So even if we're talking about, well, we can assume that because the firing pin has hit the primer, it must be a dummy round and there's nothing in it, and that is definitely not the case. There are a number of instances where hard primers will not go off with just one hit of a firing pin. And so we don't know that that's a purpose-built dummy round. Unless it rattles, it's not to be trusted.
Okay. And did you provide a Denix round to the set of rest?
No.
And it's your testimony that the Denix rounds actually don't really fit in the revolver. Is that right?
The ones that I've tested do not.
Okay. Because of the seam.
Because
Wait, one in chat if you can hear me. Rain says stream is buffering. On my end it says excellent connection, but I don't know. Sometimes on YouTube it just kind of like blah 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 blah. One, you can hear me. You can hear me. What about Twitch? Can you guys hear me on Twitch? Yes. Okay. The stream is fine. Rain, are you stealing Starbucks internet again?
of the seam, and it appears overall that they're oversized, very slightly, but it's enough to prevent them from being inserted into a revolver.
Okay.
It was buffering for me on stream a little bit too on Twitch. Okay, so you're on 480p. You guys stealing Starbucks internet? Buffering for me too? Oh no. Okay, some people it does, some people not. I don't know then. Y'all need to stop going to McDonald's and stealing their Wi-Fi. Okay. All right. Well, let me know if it buffers again.
Do you know a gentleman by the name of Billy Ray?
Thank you.
I don't know him personally. We've actually, no, excuse me, let me back up. We did meet briefly. We met briefly. He owns a similar company providing weapons and props as well as dummy rounds and blanks to productions. I believe he's a set designer.
Did you reach out to Billy Ray with regard to supplying dummy rounds to the set of rust?
I did. Again, PDQ, everything we had slated in inventory was to be used on 1883. So we didn't have any 45 Colt dummy rounds. So I reached out to Billy Ray by text and asked him if he did have any in stock because they needed more.
And did he have any?
He did not. But what he did have, which appears on camera, and to anyone else, if you were to insert what he did have into a leather gun belt, from 3 feet away, you wouldn't know what was in that gun belt. And so what he had was very specifically, he got back to me and said, I have 98 44-40 dummy rounds and 42 38-40 dummy rounds.
And were those provided to the set of rust?
He met up with Sarah Zachary, and that's how they ended up, I'm assuming, on set.
And are you the person that connected them so that Ms. Zachary could obtain the dummy rounds?
Yes.
So, to the best of your knowledge, did Billy Ray provide any 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of rust?
No, I mean, he was very specific. I mean, casually you'd say, well, I've got 3 boxes, that'll work. But he went into greater detail.
Okay, and let me stop you there. And when you were talking about having a 38-40 or a 44-40 dummy round in a gun belt, you said that the viewer wouldn't know what they were looking at.
That's correct.
And is that because they look very, very similar to 45 long Colt?
Yes.
Okay. Dummy rounds. We understand that you provided some, and we've looked at those photos. You've testified that Billy Ray provided some, and you've explained that to us. Was there anyone else who provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Rust?
Yes.
Who's that?
That was Hannah.
And if you know, where did Ms. Gutierrez say that she got the dummy rounds from that she took on to the set of Rust?
It was the same supply that she had gotten from Thale that she used on the old way.
And how do you know that?
It was just conversation and text message.
She told you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 175. It's my understanding that there is no objection to this, and I would ask permission to publish.
No objection.
States 175 is admitted. You may publish.
Ooh, what do we got?
Sir, have you seen this before?
I have. It's a text conversation between myself and Hannah.
And what's the date?
I was just going to ask it. I was like, wait, is there going to be a text conversation? They better back this up.
Of this conversation.
Again, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. October, was it 5th?
Do you need some readers? I probably have 5 pairs.
No, the new prescription. I broke my glasses, and the new prescription it makes me feel nauseous. So.
What are you and Ms. Gutierrez talking about here?
Well, we're talking about the, let's see. Well, what specifically? There's a few dates in there.
Go ahead and just take a moment and review it.
Bro, someone give him some glasses. He's struggling.
To kind of move through this, in this text conversation, does Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she can't find any of the dummies?
Yeah, and she mentions, some of them are still in the belt.
So hang on.
Yep.
When she says she can't find any of the dummies, what is your response?
Sorry about this. What happened to the dummy? Yeah, what happened to the dummy rounds from TOW, which is an abbreviation of the old way?
Okay, and what's her response?
Some of them are still in the belts.
Yeah. And then, what do you explain to her? Something about dummy rounds don't get returned. What are you telling her? And let me know if you need me to. Do you need me to make it bigger?
I might as well just pull it up on my phone. I was just explaining, to her that she needs to, let me know, or as a normal course of business moving forward, now that she's no longer underneath her dad's wing, that if something gets lost or damaged on set, the production needs to pay for it.
You said that's an L&D. What does L&D mean?
Lost or damaged.
Okay.
And in this instance, she's just saying, essentially, yeah, they fall, just commonly, the dummy rounds fall out of gun belts for stunts, or even maybe picked up for souvenirs by extras or actors. Who knows?
Okay. And Ms. Gutierrez responds, and she actually, I think, confirms what you just said. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She says, you never mentioned this. I definitely lost some off of the belts during the action scenes.
Right.
She says maybe like 50 total. I'm not sure. And then she says, so I have to round those up tomorrow and count these?
Yep. That was the conversation.
And then does she say to you, you both just send me out to do these things and don't teach me right? Shame on both of you.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, she said that?
And you respond, you're a naughty child. I'll let Papa handle this one.
Right.
Were you joking?
Partially.
And what was her response?
So what if I need more? You guys freaking blow.
Okay.
Oh gosh, she sounds such like a child.
So, based on State's Exhibit 175, was it your impression that Ms. Gutierrez was bringing dummy rounds that were already loaded into gun belts?
Absolutely. Not only that, but we were counting on it.
What do you mean you were counting on it?
Because everything else from PDQ was slated for 1883. In fact, some of it wasn't even manufactured yet, so there was just no inventory. And the only way that they were going to have dummy rounds on Rust is by reaching out to other suppliers in the business, and they needed them straight away. And Billy Ray happens to be in Albuquerque, so that's a straightaway solution.
Okay, was it your understanding from that conversation with Ms. Gutierrez that the dummy rounds that she was providing to the set of Rust were left over from the old way?
Yes.
Yeah, Kurt, I agree. It does sound a bit creepy, but I mean, I think I was just joking.
I'm going to take you to the going to take you to October 21st, 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And let me ask you, prior to October 21st of 2021, were you ever physically present on the set of Rust?
No.
When was the first date that you were physically present on the set of Rust?
It was when the Sheriff's Department executed the warrant on the prop truck.
And why did you need to be present for the Sheriff's Department to execute the warrant on the prop truck?
It wasn't that I needed to be, as much as I felt I wanted to be there to facilitate.
And how did you intend to facilitate?
Well, just to be available to answer questions that may have come up.
In addition to providing blank ammunition and some dummy rounds to the set of Rust, did you also provide firearms?
Yes.
Approximately how many firearms did you provide, if you recall?
Approximately 30.
And do you know where the 30 firearms that you provided were being stored?
They were being stored on the prop truck, in the safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let me ask you specifically, did you provide to the set of Rust the Pieta 45 that became Mr. Baldwin's prop gun?
I did.
And where did you get that gun from?
Those guns came from Pieta's. Pieta's an Italian manufacturer, and they supplied. They have a principal, and I think it's a single importer located in California. And I purchased them specifically for the Rust show directly from their facility in California.
And do you know when you purchased that gun, was it new or was it used?
Baldwin's gun was brand new, as were I believe it's 11 of the 12 revolvers that were rented to the Rust production were all brand new.
So I'm going to take you back to October 21st. On October 21st, did you find out that there was some sort of an injury that had taken place on set?
I did. I missed a call from Sarah Zachary, and quickly thereafter she sent me a single word by text in all caps, emergency.
And when you received that text, what did you do?
I called her back within a few minutes.
Okay. And let me ask this. During that conversation, did you tell Sarah Zachary to do anything with any of the dummy rounds or firearms or anything like that on set?
No, absolutely not.
After your conversation with Ms. Zachary, did you call Mr. Reed?
I did. I tried several times to get a hold of him.
And
by phone.
Were you ultimately able to get a hold of him?
I was. He returned, and I recall texting him as well, and he did finally return my call.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you what he said during that call. During the filming of Rust, did you occasionally communicate with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And was there
Well, Hannah Reed is on trial, but she and her team are trying to blame him.
a time that you and Ms. Gutierrez had a disagreement?
The primary disagreement occurred on October 16th.
And what was the subject matter of that disagreement without saying what anyone said?
Subject matter related to an accidental discharge of a blank on the set of Rust.
Okay. After the disagreement that you had with Ms. Gutierrez on October 16th, did you, if you recall, did you speak to her again between the 16th and the 21st?
No.
And why weren't you speaking to her? Was there anything that she did or said during the October 16th conversation that was upsetting to you?
Well, it was clear that she was emotional. She sent me a text message back that had a number of expletives associated with it, and so I just felt that she needed some space, and maybe an apology was due, and I was just going to give it some time.
An apology was due to who?
Well, I thought to me.
Okay. Understood. Sir, did you provide any live ammunition to the set of arrest?
No.
Did you ever give any live ammunition to Sarah Zachary?
No.
Have you seen photos of the live ammunition that was found on the set of arrest?
I have.
Did you possess any ammunition that looked like that?
No.
At some point in time after the incident on the 21st, did you become aware that you were perhaps being blamed?
Yeah, the image that we're really getting for Hannah is just that she's like a petulant child, immature, incompetent, young, right? Maybe in a couple of years, she would probably get a handling on things. But remember that podcast we were listening to last week where she was on the podcast and she was like, I'm the best at my job. And I think she was just really confident in her abilities. Confident to her, to us, maybe a little bit arrogant and overconfident because you had only done one armorer job. And after doing one armorer job, you call yourself the best. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a thing with like young people sometimes. Sometimes they're just like overconfident in their skills.
I started to sense that there was efforts to redistribute blame. Or,
disrespectful. Yeah, I could see that too. Mm-hmm.
I started to sense that there was efforts to redistribute blame or the cause of this accident.
Was there a morning news show that you watched that?
Yeah, I'm not judge.
I mean, we don't have to trust him. We just have to focus on the evidence, right?
Did you see a morning news show?
I have seen one.
I'm talking about a morning news show where Mr. Bowles and Mr. Reed were the guests.
Yes,
This
I do remember
one.
that.
And did anything about their statements on that morning news show cause you to believe that you were perhaps being targeted or blamed?
That's difficult to answer. It started to feel I don't know if that's an appropriate word. It started to feel, knowing Phil and having been friends with him for a few years at that point, I understood who he was and how much he loves his daughter. So I felt like what was about to happen, that was the very beginning. And that was essentially to ultimately try to pin the live ammunition on the set of Russ, that somehow it came, through me.
Okay. And
here's the thing. Even if we were to go with Hannah's narrative that he was the one that provided the live ammunition, it is still on her to tell the difference between the two of them and to check the guns. I feel like even if we were to go with her defense, he was the one that provided the live ammunition. It's still on her at the very end of the day because she's supposed to know the difference. She's supposed to check the guns diligently. She's supposed to keep track of the bandoliers, the ammunition, the weapons. It's just like, it's just like noise. I feel like we're like on the outer edges of the corners of like the galaxy right now where we should really be focusing in the middle. I don't know. We're just kind of like floating around right now.
Mr. Kenny.
But, I was interested in this narrative because, when the defense threw it out in their opening statement, I was like, ooh, there's some drama going on here, but I don't know. At the end of the day, it's kind of boring.
Did Ms. Gutierrez, with the assistance of Mr. Bowles, file a lawsuit against you?
They did.
They did?
Give or take a couple of days, January 12th of 2022.
What?
And when the lawsuit was filed against you, at that point in time, did you fully understand that you were being blamed?
At that point, it was quite clear.
Okay. What is the status of that lawsuit now?
Well, the complaint...
Damn, they filed a lawsuit. Should I read the lawsuit? Should I read the complaint? Oh, okay.
It was.
Mr. Kenny, was that lawsuit later dismissed?
It was.
Damn. Okay, cross-examination. All right, Mr. Bowles. We had what's her name again? Sarah Zachary. We had Sarah Zachary go up there, and I wasn't convinced. So try to convince us with Seth Kenny. Let's go, Mr. Bowles.
Good morning, Mr. Kenny. Good morning. We've met over Zoom, but we've never officially met in person until this morning. Is that correct, sir?
It is.
Okay. Mr. Kenny, I want to walk you through, to start with, the 1883 set. And I think initially, Thel Reed had brought live rounds in a green ammo can. Is that correct?
That's correct. And specifically, they were reloads, yes.
And these were reloads, and some percentage of them were Starline brass reloads. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I would just guess a good percentage, roughly 50% of the cases were Starline.
Now, I think you described previously that there were three types of bullet characteristics within those reloads. Is that correct, sir?
That is.
And we tell the jury what three types of reloads there were.
So again, if we consider that a round of ammunition has four components, and commonly people say bullets, and what they were referring to is a total cartridge, right? But the bullet is actually the projectile, that single component, which essentially is flying towards whatever target. And Thale had brought 45 Colt reloads that were made up roughly of almost equal thirds, and it was a third what are called semi-wad cutters. The tip of that projectile is shaped exactly like a crayon. It has the exact shape of a newly unused crayon. Then there was another bullet profile, a truncated cone, which kind of has a spaceship look to it. And then there was the more common and typical found heavy grain bullet, which is, I think, probably what most people would assume is a bullet when they do that. It just looks like a lump of clay, and it could be. There are slight variations to those shapes, but it could look like a human head essentially that was circular on all the way around the sphere.
Okay, kind of like a rounded kind of.
Yeah, and they.
Like a what?
Even with a flat point on them, but they seem to be those round-nosed, flat point versions. All seem to be roughly the same. I didn't see any variations in those, but honestly, I just don't recall. I just remember that there were three different type profiles, and the issue that we ran into was that they were shooting both lever-action rifles and revolvers at the shooting range, and specifically, I grouped each different bullet profile into separate boxes and told the guys that were manning the prop master in a live fire armor that they had brought on, and they had an assistant as well, that the semi-wad cutters would not chamber in the lever-action rifles. So best to use those in the revolvers, and ideally the truncated cone and then the rounded bullets, those could be used in the lever actions. And ultimately, somebody put a semi-wad cutter in one of the lever actions and jammed it up.
Okay, well, in any event, there's three types of bullet characteristics in those reloads that Del Reed gets from Joe Swanson, correct?
That from what I saw, yes.
Okay. Now, you all have this live training offset. It's at a cowboy training camp in Texas in 1883, correct?
Correct. It was anywhere near a set. It was on, again, Taylor.
I wonder if this is where the rumor came from. Remember how there was a rumor circulating that cast and crew members of the Rust were they used the gun and they were shooting live ammunition out of it, and they were like doing like target practice or something like that. I wonder if this is where the that rumor came from. But in reality, it seems like it was on a different movie set. It was in 1883 where the armorer was training cast members how to use the guns and stuff like that, and they were actually shooting like live ammunition. I wonder that was like the genesis of the rumor. It must have been, and it just got warped into like something completely different. Hi, Tadpole.
Taylor Sheridan had set up a private firing range, live fire area, and no filming was done at that point.
Okay, sir. Then after that set, you then retained the ammo can and the remainder
David?
of the live rounds that Del had brought, correct?
No. I retained the The Thale read, yeah, the reloads from Thale, but the ammo can was sent once the first I saw of what was the contents of the ammo can was actually at the firing range on Texas, and at that point we needed to know how many we had and what variety, because when I opened up the box, it was a jumbled, distribution of 3 different types of bullet profiles. So what I did is previously I gotten from Joe Swanson 10 boxes that were flat, brand new. They actually had to be assembled, and I loaded the contents from the green ammo box that Thale had brought into those white boxes. Those white boxes went up to the firing line as well as the empty ammo can, and the ammo can was being used for the spent brass.
Okay. So you did retain some of the reloaded live rounds after 1883 completed?
After the 1883 Cowboy Training Camp, yes.
And those then made their way back to Albuquerque, you've said, to PDQ Props, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know whether those returned, I think you've stated before, October 21st. You said you were hazy on the date, right?
Yes.
But we do know that you came back to Albuquerque from 1883 on or about October 11th because you met with Sarah Zachary October 12th, correct?
Correct.
So when you came back, you brought dummy rounds from the set of 1883 to give to Sarah, correct?
Correct.
And those were 45 long Colt dummy rounds.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you had a whole group of dummies in 1883. How many do you think there were?
5,000.
Okay. So out of those 5,000, you brought some back from Miss Zachary, and at some point, you can't tell the jury when, those live rounds came back to your place.
I've never been able to identify the exact date.
Well, you also said on direct, they were delivered back, let me get you the words you used. They were offloaded from your Sprinter van and got moved back to Albuquerque in the bathroom. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when you said got moved, isn't that you who moved them back?
Yes.
Okay. So, in reality, you drove them back from 1883, and you can't remember that date at all.
No. I ballpark it, but it's not accurate. I have an idea of within months or two, or even I can't tell you because I made at least 2 trips back and forth from Texas to Albuquerque, California, back again.
And I feel like in order for the defense to sell this theory that they have to make it easy for the jury to track this. Like, I don't know. I feel like right now I'm a little bit confused. We're kind of I'm like, okay, where are we going with this? I don't know. You got to make it easy to digest with the jury.
I've just not been able to narrow it down.
Did you ever go back and when you were sitting down with Hancock on one of these times and sit down with the calendar and try to look at your trip receipts, look at any kind of credit card, try to figure that out?
Yes, repeatedly. I've probably tried 3 to 5 times to see if I can come up with a picture of either the space in PDQ space in Albuquerque, something that would indicate when I had brought those back. I've just been unable to.
Hey, Edward. I mean, some people just have 2 first names as a first name and a last name. You
said that you brought these back, stored them in the bathroom, and you indicated that could be a concerning situation if live rounds are stored in the same place as dummies. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. And the reason why you said that on direct is that dummies are made to look identical in a lot of respects to live rounds.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also had within your place blanks, correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Why would you store live ammo at PDQ at all?
Hey! Oh my gosh, no, I can't read that. Thank you so much for joining the membership. Oh no, the text went over the other text and it confused me. Thank you, whoever that was. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support, and yeah, enjoy your emote.
Well, I've got, self-defense ammunition. It's Albuquerque after all, and that's enough right there. I deal with weapons that should not be out on the streets, and I'll do what I have to prevent that from happening. Unfortunately, it's an unfortunate reality. So there is self-defense ammunition, and the remnants of the 1883 Cowboy Training Camp was there, and again, don't know the date that I brought them back.
Okay. Now, you keep self-defense ammunition. It's because this is a dangerous town. I think that's what you're saying. And you also keep weapons we've seen in pictures that were kind of out in the open. Looked like they were cases. You recall that?
From the evidence photos?
Yes.
Well, you're seeing what I want anybody to see that would break in, if, because again, it's Albuquerque. If somebody were to break in, what are they going to go after first? That's what it's set up as. You don't see in the evidence photos belt-fed machine guns, any machine guns, or a lot of other things that were there.
You think defense should focus on Seth's responsibility and not on the ammo? Like, you mean like training responsibilities for Hannah and Sarah Zachary?
That are no longer there.
Okay, so you had belt-fed machine guns too?
Oh, yeah.
And machine guns at this shop as well?
Yes.
Okay. So you wanted people to see the, and let me just show you, Defendant's Exhibit L14. Yes, sir. Thank you. And if you could tell the jury these items, what type of firearms those are?
Well, they look to be long arms, obviously because of the length, but what's inside those gun stocks is a mystery. It could be anything from replicas, non-functioning shotguns, could be anything.
So these were there on October 21st. Are you telling the jury you don't know what was inside those socks?
Definitely not. I have hundreds of guns.
Okay. Are these hundreds of guns inside PDQ props?
Yeah, as well as replica and rubber as well. And replicas they look exactly like a gun, but they are not. And if that's not how do we know that's October 21st? First of all, that shouldn't be.
October 21st. I'm sorry. I'm getting my date. Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Okay.
This was the month after in November.
This is search warrant photos.
Yes.
Yeah.
I apologize. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was in November. And Mr. Kenny, what is this on the? Are these some rounds on the ground here?
Everything in this room are going to be blanks or dummy rounds.
Okay, but I see them kind of laying in bags on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
So did you have any kind of? Oh, first of all, before I ask you that, you have a lot of boxes stacked up on the shelves here. Do you see that?
Yes, and that shelf holds entirely blanks.
Okay. Did you have any sort of written inventory system for all your boxes and?
Occasionally, I would go through and make a list of what I had. It was casual. What do I need? Joe Swanson would say, "Hey, I'm running off a batch of 223 blanks and or 9mm, whatever it was." And if I was on the road, it would be helpful to kind of have an idea about that. But there's no spreadsheet of inventory that I kept.
Okay, and when you say casual, was it written on a piece of paper?
It was 8.5 by 11. I would end up, with 2 or 3 8.5 by 11s because it's not only, we're not just talking about 9mm, right? We're talking about 9mm that is going to be what we use in the industry, anything from a solid plug load. And in a solid plug load, you can have 10 variations. And then we have 8th flash, quarter flash, half flash, full flash. So you had to know what your inventory is by memory for the most part. And occasionally, if inventory got too high in one area, I'd say, well, definitely don't. If Joe says, hey, do you need any of this? Respond no, because it just doesn't make sense from a small business standpoint.
And you said inventory through memory. I'm going to show you Defendant's L16. It's just one example. Were you able to remember at any given time each number of each of those types of boxes?
Well, if I'm handling it on a daily basis, yes. Deficiencies mostly.
Well, and for example, when you have to invoice, like the Russ said, do you have any procedure that kind of tells you how you're going to invoice that?
Typically what I'll do is very quickly, usually movie productions, television productions are last minute, and oftentimes the invoicing comes a week or two after the service has been provided. And so oftentimes I'll quickly jot down what it is that's being sent, take a picture of it, and oftentimes things go, if they're shipped, everything goes overnight. So it's a last minute kind of business.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? I'll show this.
You just thought the other day Hannah's probably gonna be a great hire. It's an armor, dirt cheap, and sure as hell learned a lesson. I don't know, man.
You just looked at it and see what.
I'd rather just hire someone experienced. Man, what if none of the accidents happens?
There's Zachary here as well.
And can you look in the back of the one you just looked at and see what the sticker number is on the back of the page? Just flip it over.
He's sharp. I like this guy. I think he's doing pretty well in the stand so far. Yeah, I really thought it was going to be some janky ass person coming up to testify on the stand. Seems very knowledgeable.
Little sticker, FF, does that say that?
This is FF. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just read
It's just that his place looks like shit. I don't know what is up with that place. It just looks like shit. But he did say at some point, I don't know if it was earlier or maybe later on, how like if someone were to come and rob the place, they would be like, what the fuck? I don't know where to even start, where to even go. Which I would feel bad for the person. If you went to that place and tried to rob it, you'd just be like, what the fuck is this mess?
the record from FF, and what is EE? The other exhibit?
You haven't introduced these.
No, I was just going to ask to move them in, Your Honor. Just have them identify EE.
Okay. So FF is an invoice for blank ammunition as well as dummy rounds.
Okay, and is that your invoice, sir?
Yes, it is.
And is it the same for EE? If you could take a look at that.
And this EE is an invoice for guns, replicas, rubber guns, gun bags, and socks.
Okay, and not get into the contents, you just recognize that, do you not?
I do,
Okay.
I just looked up Yosemite Sam. I had no idea that was his name. The Looney Tunes guy.
For the omission of those two exhibits.
No objection.
EE and FF are admitted.
You were just
Invoice to the Rust production from PDQ.
Mr. Bowles, hold the exhibit real quick.
For firearm.
Mr. Kenny, if you can just summarize that for the jury.
So that invoice is from PDQ to the Rust production for firearms, replica firearms, as well as rubber firearms.
Okay, and now I
we
want to
see
show
it?
you, and this is what you, and the one we just saw, this is what you supplied to Rust, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to show you defendant's FF. And if you
Maybe
can
he only yeehaws on the weekends, okay?
summarize this document.
It's a invoice from PDQ to Rust production for blank ammunition, as well as dummy rounds.
Okay, and then if I want to show you the second page of that. And what does that say on the second page?
It says dummy rounds, 4440/45 LC long Colt and 12 gauge.
So is this the line where you invoiced for those 45 long Colt rounds?
It is.
Okay. And so you put this together in a group with the other types, correct?
Yes.
And the numbers on the left column, so you start at your dummy rounds, 44, 40, 45, then there's a number 200. Is that the quantity?
That is the quantity.
And then the price per item is right next to that, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now so these dummy 45 and other dummies, did you rent these to Rust?
I did. What was listed there is not inclusive of actually what was provided to set. There were some, as I recall, there were some 44 Henry dummy rounds, possibly some 45-70. I don't recall exactly.
So were there other invoices?
No,
Okay. So there were certain items that you did not invoice for.
that's correct.
Okay. And did that also include what's called primed cases?
No, prime cases would not be in the dummy round line of the invoice. That would be listed out separately, because one is a consumable, the other one is a rental, and prime cases would be a consumable.
And I want to talk a little bit about that, but you provided Sarah Zachary some primed cases for Rust, correct?
Not that I recall. I mean, I'd have to look at the invoice.
Okay. What is a primed case?
The prime case is simply that. It's a ammunition case that has a primer without gunpowder. Typically, Joe Swanson crimps the end because what happens is that they're too long. If he doesn't crimp the end, they're too longer to actually be functional in a revolver, and they're simply, like a loud cap gun when they go off. They're good for training. They're good for around horses and kids. And certain armorers will rig them up in theater as well. Live theater will use them with talcum powder for an effect with minimal noise and also for close proximity.
Do you recall telling Detective Hancock when you interviewed with her that you had given a number of prime cases to Sarah, and it will be interesting to see what color primers they have?
No, I don't recall that.
If I showed you your interview transcript, would that refer?
It would help. Yeah.
Can he even read it? Someone get him his glasses.
Primed cases to Sarah? Did you indeed tell Detective Hancock that you had given a number of primed cases to Sarah?
Well, it's interesting because it says prime cases, and that I would have said primed. I never say prime cases. It just sounds like you're ordering some off of Amazon. So I don't recall that conversation. I don't even know what I'm referring to in that conversation.
Well, do you recall that there was discussion about those being there, and that you looked for a picture to show Hancock?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall stating that chances are they'll all have the same color primer?
This conversation, I just don't remember the particulars of this conversation with Detective Hancock.
But do you recall at all, regardless of the conversation, that Sarah Zachary had primed cases on the set of Rust?
If they're on the invoice and it's a dummy, or excuse me, it's a blank
Where are we going with this prime cases thing?
round, and I would include a primed case.
I was thinking initially maybe he was trying to go for like, oh, there were some things that you didn't invoice, right? Like the live ammunition you provided on the set or something like that. I don't know. I'm a little confused where we're going with this.
In a blank round invoice, because again, it's a consumable. I would not be surprised if they got prime case blanks, let's call them.
Also, Hannah was very unlucky. The craft services lady happened to be a previous coke addict. So she's like, yeah, I know what it looks like.
Well, sir, don't you know that? Don't you know you provided that to Sarah Zachary?
No, it was 2.5 years ago.
But this was traumatic event for everybody. You talked to, you remember that, don't you?
I remember it being traumatic, yes,
No,
absolutely.
You remember providing those cases because you discussed it for 5 pages in this.
No, I don't remember.
David's trying his
Do you
best,
recall
okay?
during this conversation as well that you called a man named Troy Teskey?
I've called Troy Teskey a number of times in the last 6 years.
I'm asking you specifically, during the interview with Detective Hancock, November 1st, do you recall that you called Troy Teskey?
In the interview room, yes, with Detective at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, yes.
Yes, because he was at lunch, you called him, you were trying to reach him.
Yes, now I understand what you're talking about.
Okay. And do you recall also calling Joe Swanson as you were sitting down with the detective?
I do.
And do you recall when you asked Joe Swanson whether he had put these in boxes, how many rounds he had made in total? He said about 700, is what you said. Do you recall saying that he had made about 700 rounds?
I have a vague recollection of the conversation with Detective Hancock, yeah.
And as you're talking to Joe Swanson and you ask him if they were in the box or the green ammo can, do you recall he's on the phone with you and you're asking if they were in the green ammo can and you say, shit, recall saying, I'm like, oh God, well, I mean, still trying, damn. You recall saying that?
Vaguely, yes.
You also recall saying, you said it twice, you said, shit, 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 well, she still didn't do her effing job. Do you recall saying that?
That sounds like me.
Okay. So when you find out, and I don't want to get into what Mr. Swanson told you, but when you find out whatever you find out on the phone, you say shit, shit, shit twice. Why did you say that?
I think I was worried that it was going to be some of these rounds that Thale had given to Troy Teskey and had been using, to shoot, right, shooting live rounds, that somehow they migrated in some of Thale's leather or, through Hannah in some way, and that, again, we were going to be here saying Joe Swanson live ammunition when he's primarily 99.9% of the time he just provides movies and television shows with blanks and dummy rounds, and that's an uncomfortable situation for Joe Swanson.
So you just gave a long explanation and you just kind of tried to blame Hannah in that, didn't you, just now?
How did I do that?
Well, you gave the implication that you were worried that this was going to be some that Thale had and Troy was.
Well, I mean, she is supposed to be the one that checks it, though. That was her job.
And again, that's to try to link it to Hannah, isn't it?
No, just telling you my thought process at that point, trying to figure out where did the rust live ammunition come from, and was it going to, point back to Joe Swanson?
Okay, and do you recall on July 11, 2023, you interviewed with myself and Miss Morrissey? You recall that, sir?
Yeah, the Zoom meeting, yes, I recall that.
And do you recall when I asked you the same question, shit, why did you say shit? You said, I don't know.
Okay, I think we can go a little bit faster.
And that was the extent of your answer. You recall that?
Yes.
So back in July 11, 2023, your memory, would you agree with me, would be fresher to that time frame when you said it than it would be now?
Well, not if I had reviewed things or something else jogged my memory of that event, or because it was an emotional time, and that I found that largely when things are emotionally charged, there kind of needs to be some kind of gateway between the present and recollecting how I felt and the way things were at that point in time.
And I understand, but would you agree with me? You gave a different answer on July 11th. I don't know than you do today.
I don't know if I don't know is really an answer, other than at that moment in time after us discussing it, I hadn't thought about saying shit 4 times in an interview with a detective.
The rounds, again, that went to 1883 came back at some point to your place. Again, some of those reloaded rounds from Joe Swanson were Starline brass.
So the 1883 Cowboy Camp, training camp, to be specific, yes, some of those Thale Reed, Joe Swanson reloads came back to PDQ in Albuquerque.
And as well, some of your dummy rounds also were Starline brass, correct?
Correct.
And they had nickel primers?
Correct.
Okay. And the live rounds found on set that were Starline brass also had nickel primers, correct?
On the set of Rust?
Yes, sir.
From the evidence photos, yes, those were nickel primers.
As well?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to providing replica firearms, did you provide rubber firearms to the set?
To the set of Rust, yes.
Okay. Did you provide over 3,000 rounds of ammo?
I don't know what the total of, if we're referring to
blanks.
Blanks, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what the total is of blanks to Rust. I've never totaled it out. Well, other than the invoice, that would have been the only time.
Okay. When you would get a request from Sarah Zachary for additional rounds that were needed, would she come pick those up from you at your place?
I think once the initial supply of blanks and firearms were provided to Sarah, there was only one other occasion that I can recall Sarah coming and getting anything for Rust from me, which was on October 12th.
Okay. And do you recall Sarah and Hannah coming before Rust started to your place?
I do.
And at that time, didn't you give Hannah her leathers as well as firearms and ammunition?
I vaguely recall that, that she got that then.
Because, in fact, Hannah had mailed you the leathers back from the old way at the end of that set. You recall that?
Yeah, she had shipped.
When they say the leathers, do they mean like leather holsters? The leather bandoliers? What does that mean?
Everything from Montana to me in Texas.
And so when you received those in Texas and the leathers and everything else, you brought them back to PDQ Props?
That's correct. They the leathers were in the same box. They never got pulled out. The replica firearms did get pulled out, but the rest of the leathers remained in the box.
Okay, sir. Then you gave that to Sarah and Hannah for their use on the rest set. Is that fair to say?
Well, whatever she was going to do with it was up to Hannah and Thale.
Okay. But you know they got used on the rest set?
I don't know that. I can assume that's where that leather went to.
Okay. Now I want to ask you some questions about the dummy rounds that you answered earlier. You did indicate that dummies that do not rattle can be dangerous. Is that right?
Dummy rounds that do not rattle are not dummy rounds to me.
Okay. And I think you said because it is dangerous when an armor is trying to figure out, maybe in a high-speed environment, maybe things are going on, you're trying to distinguish between a live round and a dummy, and it will not rattle. It doesn't rattle. Didn't you describe that as being a dangerous situation?
Well, certainly, because it's like a firearm that you can't check is unloaded. You have to assume that it's loaded or that the round is live and it's not a dummy round.
Yes, sir. And you also stated that you would not source those type of rounds like Denix rounds that do not rattle, right?
That's correct.
And it's one of the things you said that you would not be in favor of having a mixture of dummies, some that rattle, some that don't. That's a dangerous situation, isn't it?
Well, it's I work with prop crews a lot. They're not specialists, they're not armorers, but they are charged with the responsibility of having gun belts and dummy rounds on set. And if they get the idea that dummy rounds don't necessarily have to rattle, bad precedent, deadly precedent.
It sets a deadly precedent, and on this set on Rust, you're aware that there were those types of a mixture of different types of dummy rounds, are you not?
Well, I wasn't aware of that. Because,
well, you weren't before, but you are now, having reviewed the pictures.
Yeah, the Denix round is a costume round that doesn't rattle.
Okay. So after you reviewed the pictures from set, you're now aware that there was a dangerous mix of types of dummies, some that rattle, some that didn't.
Well, a Denix round is not dangerous. It sets a dangerous precedent.
Okay.
Wait, and then wouldn't that be Hannah's fault anyways, though? Because she has to know the difference and check between the two of them.
I'm not saying you can fire it. I'm just saying, in your words, it can set a dangerous precedent.
Yeah, yes, it's not an ideal situation, not at all.
Okay, sir, I want to talk about your.
But I think he also said like the Dentex round, you can't even load them into a firearm, right? That was with the Dentex round.
Actions with
Because Hannah was able to load in the live ammunition into the gun, and that was the one that obviously didn't rattle.
Hancock in this case. When the case started, do you recall you had a meeting or call with her maybe the same day as the shooting incident?
No, I don't. With Detective Hancock?
Yes.
On October 21st? Don't recall it at all. I don't think it happened.
Okay. Do you recall that on the course of time after that shooting incident, you called Detective Hancock over 40 times?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Do you think it might have been higher than that?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. And during that time, you're sharing information with her, she's sharing information with you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And doesn't she share you materials from the investigation at times?
The first time that I think she showed me anything was when they were executing the search warrant on the prop truck. She was showing me, I think they were black and white, grainy photos. Okay. That was the first time I saw anything.
Now, do you recall providing Detective Hancock some of the live rounds before the execution of the search warrant?
I did.
Okay. So you provided her some, and was that in a bag, or how did you give those to her?
Well, interestingly enough, they came from that jammed lever-action rifle, and they happened to be the semi-wad cutter live rounds. They were in a small Benelli shotgun choke bag, and I had written on there in black ink live, and there were between 5 and 7, I believe, that I gave her.
Okay. And you volunteered those to her, and she took them, then they came to search after that, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, there was a month time frame or so, roughly, between the shooting incident and that search of your place.
Yeah, I believe it was over a month, because it was after Thanksgiving, so yeah, over a month.
Did you have any inkling or thought that they were going to come search?
No, not at all.
Even though you had been in contact with the detective and other people before that? You knew they were investigating?
I knew they were investigating. I had no reason to believe that they would be executing a search warrant on my business.
Now, did you provide your DNA to Detective Hancock?
No, I did offer it, though.
You offered it?
Yes.
And they did not take you up on that?
That's correct.
And they did not take your fingerprints either, did they?
Well, my fingerprints are in the system already if you're a federal fire.
Now, remember, the reason why they probably didn't take his DNA was because they were saying that like the live ammunition was they knew that so many people were handling the ammunition in set in general, like dummy rounds, the blanks, and even the live ones, right? There are so many people handling them on set that there was no point in doing like the DNA doing the fingerprint on there. So there's that. And then as for the DNA one, usually it's like hard to get DNA captured on those anyways, because there's not a lot left. Like, especially if it's like already fired, like live ammunition, it will get destroyed when it gets when it goes through like the firing process, right? And then not only that, like the chance of getting DNA on that was like very, very, very low. So like the FBI, they have a process of not even doing DNA checks on like casings and stuff like that. So, I mean, I know he's trying to bring it up, but I feel like the jury, I mean, because we went over it so many times, I don't think the jury forgot Mr. Bowles.
Firearms licensee, that's just part of the licensing, is that your fingerprints go into the digital federal system.
And I understand that, sir, but my question was, did they take your fingerprints?
Again? No.
Okay. Well, they didn't take it the first time. That was somebody else.
Isn't it true that you hated Hannah and conspired with Sarah Zachary to sabotage her by creating a live fire incident? Just ask it, man.
That's true.
Okay. Now I want to ask you a different topic. After this, you were asked on direct if after this October 16th accidental discharge, you had an argument with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. Do you recall that?
By text message, yes.
Okay. And you recall after that you wanted to fire Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
It wasn't that I wanted her fired because it wouldn't be for me to fire her. She can tell me to go to hell all day long, and it wouldn't make a difference to the Rust production. It doesn't, I've got 5 sisters and 2 daughters. I'm used to it. So if Rust production is happy, and they were, Sarah Zachary said she's a great armor. That I've seen the defendant Hannah.
Yeah, I think Hannah told him to go to hell.
She sent me the text message that the director had sent her after a big shootout on blank ammo shootout. Big shootout.
And Mr. Kenny, my question was pretty simple. And I'm going to ask it again.
He said earlier, did I miss it? But I remember hearing that that Hannah said that told him to go to hell.
You just testified that you did not want to that you did not want to fire Hannah. Is that your testimony?
It's not that I wanted her fired. She was doing a horrible job at props. That was an issue.
Okay, you answered my question, and I just want to know, it's a real...
I had mixed feelings about it, and I think that's why, in fact, I reached out to 2 common friends with Thale, saying this is the situation,
Okay, well, do you recall in your interview on November 1st stating she was just being an idiot. I wanted Sarah to get rid of her.
Collectively, yes. I mean, even now, frustrated with her, but at the same time, understand what she's up against. So it's a mixed bag of emotions, and ultimately it was not my fault.
My question was did you remember stating that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's what I asked. Now, do you also recall in the July 11th interview stating, well, I wasn't going to work with her again in the future? So you wanted her fired.
I just, again,
And he was the one that recommended her to work on the Rust movie set.
there were some mixed emotions and in the situation. If I really wanted her fired, I could have gotten her fired.
Let me ask you that. If you could have gotten her fired, you could have talked to somebody on set. Who was your contact on set?
It would have been, Gabrielle Pickle was, actually Angel Nijum was my first contact with production at Rust, and then it was Gabrielle Pickle. Line producer, unit production manager, Ro Walters, those would have been the ones to fire her. Sarah Zachary was willing to work with Hannah and get the movie finished.
And
Council approach.
yes.
And Morgan, you can submit a claim in 8 clicks or less without even having to leave your couch. To start your claim,
Morgan.
visit forthepeople.com/law and crime live.
Oh, is this when they're doing the bathroom break thing? Okay. Oh gosh, when we do normal speed, it's like it feels like they're talking so slow. All right, let's get up, use the bathroom real quick, and we'll be back in like 1 minute. I guess I can play an ad right now, right? Can I do it now? Insert ad. Okay. Oh wait, should I do that on Twitch too? I don't know how to do ads on Twitch actually. Did I do it? Oh yes, I did. Okay. BRB. Wait, Wayne, you never hopped on like the AOL chat room days? BRB, LOL, LMAO. I think I need more water, but I'll get water after this. Hard to sympathize with her. Y'all. All right, let's do this. When did they come back? Hello? Court?
Back, is that correct?
That's great. That's correct.
And you also testified that the state took 10 live rounds total from your place, correct?
I don't recall that. No, from the 45 Colt ammunition, they took all of them.
And we've seen the pictures, there was 10 total on what was shown today. Do you recall that testimony?
10 live?
Yes.
Maybe we need to approach
Okay.
to sort this out.
Wayne is probably as old as dirt. You know, Interview of a Vampire? Oh, that was based on my life. Okay. I'm even older. MSN Messenger? What? Who used MSN Messenger? It's always about AOL. MSN?
Mr. Kenny, do you have reloading equipment?
I don't.
What?
I don't.
Do you recall on the interview on July 11, 2023, I asked you if you had any reloading equipment, and you said, I do?
Possibly in California. Possibly.
Possibly.
Okay, does that mean you do have reloading equipment?
Well, PDQ doesn't have reloading equipment, and we don't reload.
Okay, sir, but do you recall when I asked you, now, do you have any reloading equipment? Your answer was, I do.
Personally, in California, there may be. I haven't seen it in years.
Okay, and you know how to convert...
Oh yeah, he keeps bringing up the reloading equipment. Do you know where he's going with that? It was like the yellow, the green, the thing. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
A dummy round from into a live round, don't you?
Hypothetically.
Yeah, because hypothetically, don't you recall telling Detective Hancock that if the camera crew, and let me just get the wording so I don't misquote it.
ICQ!
If the camera crew wanted to send a little going away present, and then you described the process, do you recall that?
No, I don't recall it.
If I show this to you, would it
Bye,
refresh your memory?
Dino.
Sure. Just 11. Could turn a dummy into a live round. So now do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock about how one could turn a dummy into a live round?
What?
Yes.
And can you tell Jerry, how would you do that?
Well, the easiest thing would be to have reloading equipment, press out the inert primer. And first, but if we imagine a dummy round where the bullet is actually pressed into the case, and you had an inert primer, you'd need a fairly complicated setup of reloading equipment. You'd need either a kinetic bullet puller to remove the bullet from the case. If you used a set of pliers, it would mangle the bullet.
Wait, this is where Dave Bowles was going with this? With the reloaders? Ugh, I'm disappointed.
And prevent seating afterwards in a die if you had reloading equipment. So you'd have to somehow remove the bullet from the case. We're assuming there's a BB or number 2 lead shot rattle that would have to be removed. You'd have to have a decapper to press out the inner primer, and then you could use the same bullet, assuming it wasn't mangled, and you'd have to have a live primer and a charge of powder, and then be able to have the appropriate dye and seat it to the appropriate depth, as well as putting in again the fresh primer primer installer.
Okay, and then you'd have to get the proper amount of grains of powder in there as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what would that generally be?
Well, historically, I think in the pre-1900 era, it would be roughly 28 grains of powder from memory, if that's correct. And then it depends on the powder as well, all the way up to the case capacity, which means essentially you fill it up all the way and maybe even press the bullet into the case so it's compacting the powder.
Also, Hannah be getting her nails did for trial. MSN, no, was not. No. AOL. At least back then, every 19-year-old girl you talked to wasn't actually a 49-year-old dude living in mother's basement. Ha 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 ha. Every 19-year-old girl back then was actually a 12-year-old teenager in their mother's basement. Dude, a lot of people pretended to be a lot older because, like, a lot of the times, the people that were like hopping on AOL were just kids, and like parents at the time didn't know what like the AOL chat rooms were. It was kids on there pretending to be like 18, 19-year-old guys and girls.
Okay. Now,
I was one of them.
I want to go over something you said.
I used to pretend I was like an 18-year-old dude, and I would like cuss people out because I thought it was really funny.
Case capacity, which means essentially you fill it up all the way and maybe even press the bullet into the case so it's compacting the powder.
Okay. Now, I want to go over something you said before lunch on the letters. You said that these were mailed back from the Old Way movie by Hannah to yourself, and that you provided these to her, correct?
Yeah, they were shipped back via FedEx.
And they were shipped in a box from the Old Way, and then you never removed them from the box, correct?
That's correct.
So, but then, would you agree with me then that those letters were then used on the Russ side?
I don't know that. All I know is that
Okay, what the fuck are leathers? Leathers. Gun. Is it like a gun belt, I guess? Leathers. Gun belt, gun holster, gun slings. Okay. Bandoliers, I guess? All right. They keep saying leathers. I'm like, what the fuck is a leather?
box, and I'm unaware of the quantity in there. I did take a photo at the time. I don't know how many were in there and whether or not they used them.
Okay, so you opened it up and you looked in it.
Yes, I opened it up. I took a picture.
Okay. With regard to the prop truck search, we didn't talk about that yet. When you went to the set on October 27th, you already had the code to the safe, correct?
Yes.
And Sarah had given that to you?
Yeah, she sent it to me by text.
Hi, Kendrick. I guess like earlier, so they're trying to say that like, oh, so you know how to turn a dummy into a live round. Maybe you did it. Okay, now we're going to talk about the safe and the codes.
Sarah was technically your employee of PDQ Props, correct?
Sure, she was the representative of BDQ for the Rust production.
And she's the one that called you right after the shooting incident. You all talked for 30 seconds to a minute. Is that right?
It was a very quick conversation, yes.
And your testimony under oath is that you did not tell her to throw any of those rounds away.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. But then she did throw them away.
I learned about that months later.
Okay. And did you know that guns had been transported from the cart? Did you?
No.
Did you tell her to do that?
No.
Okay.
Wait, what? Why were you pretending to be a Girl Scout leader? What were the perks of that? Were you trying to get like free Girl Scout cookies or something sent to you?
Did you train Sarah before she worked on Rust?
I did.
And you trained her in what? In gun safety or what?
Yeah, the basics of using blank adapted guns and blanks and dummy rounds on a set.
And I take it you
Oh my God, they let court out early today, I think. Did they? I don't know. The judge is saying something.
never trained her to throw away dummy rounds after a scene.
Well, I don't recall that conversation or even indicating at what point you would want to throw away dummy rounds.
Because they're rented, right?
They are rented. Yep.
Okay. Now, you also gave Hannah shells on the Old Way movie, spent shells. Do you recall that?
Spent shells? No.
You didn't provide her 2 bags of spent shells?
No.
You knew that Joe Swanson loaded Trail Boss type powder. That's one of the powder he uses, correct?
Sometime after a meeting with Detective Hancock, trying to trace down the origin of the live rounds found on Rust, that was part of the questioning that I did call him in and say, do you recall?
And don't get into what he said.
Okay.
But your impression after it was that your understanding is he loads Trail Boss powder.
Yes.
Okay. You also remember telling Detective Hancock after you called Troy Teskey that he was willing to provide.
You're going to have a lot of angry Girl Scouts knocking at your door, okay? Okay? They want their cookies back.
A box and a half of
them.
reloads the same batch from Joe Swanson?
I remember that conversation. I don't remember the quantity of what she was willing to provide.
Okay, so in any event, whatever the quantity was, you knew that Troy Teskey had rounds from the same batch of live reloads from Joe Swanson.
That's what I understood.
And you understood that he was willing to provide those, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I want to show you, sir, some of the pictures that have been introduced. And I
That
want to
beluga was a whale.
First, Jerry, with this.
With a blank supply.
Okay, now I want you to look at the box at the top. It says, let me see if I can zoom in, 30 Mauser. See that?
Yes.
Does that appear the font similar to the font on the box that we saw earlier? It was in Lieutenant Benavides' vehicle in the set of Rust?
Well, I recognize that as a Joe Swanson label.
And you have Joe Swanson labels then in your business, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other thing that I've noticed on some of the photos, and I'll show you, but that some of them have JS, some of them don't. Is that a fair statement?
I noticed the JS. I don't notice when it's omitted.
How do you get those labels? Do you make those labels?
No, that's all a Joe Swanson manufacturer and supply.
Okay. I want to show you Defendant's L15.
I used to be so obsessed with Girl Scout cookies, but because when we were kids, we were very limited as to how many we can buy. I was like always craving them, right? Because it was only like, once a year that they would sell the cookies. And then I became an adult. I started making my own fucking money. And I bought so much Girl Scout cookies to the point where I'm just like sick of them. I can't eat them anymore. I don't know. You know, like when you're an adult, you're like, I'm just going to buy all the shit that I wanted that I couldn't have as a kid. And that's what I did. And now I'm just like, Girl Scout cookies, I don't even buy them anymore. I don't know. They're okay.
And that's, we've seen this earlier on a different angle. This is more of a close-up. What are the boxes to the right of the shelf?
There are, well, I know that shelf fairly well. There's a mixture of, on top, we've seen a collection of what appear to be 12-gauge blanks.
Okay, and then how about the boxes underneath? And I'm going to point to these boxes in here.
Yeah, more blanks stored in bulk.
Just stored together in bulk?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Kenny, how about these loose rounds in the bag up here by the firearms? You see those? Not loose, they're in a baggie, are they?
Yeah, again, stored in bulk. From memory, I think they're 500 per bag, approximately.
What type of rounds are those?
They look to be .223.
Are you certain?
No.
Okay. How about defendants L2?
Wait, how do you steal $400 from a Girl Scout outside Walmart? Or they make what? Why do they have that much money on them? Like, I know you're selling cookies, but damn, $400. Where was the parrot at?
What is this scene?
$400.
What is this scene here? Defendants L2.
Wait. Okay, sorry. What's the math here? Hold on. Okay, Girl Scout cookies nowadays, how much do they cost? Like $8? $8 or $6, you think? That's like $50. Oh, okay. If it's $8, that's like 50 boxes. Okay, believable. They're $6. That's 66 boxes. I don't know. Actually, 50 to 66 boxes? How long were they standing outside for? I don't know. Maybe it was like leftover money from like previous days, but you shouldn't be carrying that much money around with you. Damn. Did they catch the person who stole the money from the Girl Scout? It's so fucked up. First of all, if you were to steal from a Girl Scout, don't be stealing the money, okay? Just steal the cookies. Steal the cookies, wait until Girl Scout season is over, and then sell them for double the price off season.
That's in the backyard
And what
of PDQ's headquarters, or PDQ's space in Albuquerque.
What are all the boxes there for?
They're just waiting to be thrown out.
Okay. And you know how long they've been sitting there before they were thrown out?
Well, in that pile is one of the boxes is from the shipment of the new guns from Pieta. So some of it very recent.
Achievement
Pieta
unlocked.
before the movie?
From before the movie.
Okay, so that would have been in October, early October, when you got that Pieta. So this was late November.
Yeah, so they've been there roughly a month.
Month and a half. Okay. How about defendants L5? Can you tell Jerry what this is? Is that
It's the same view, the same stack of boxes looking to the side gate exit entry.
okay? So how about defendants L6? Can you tell Jerry what's in that picture?
There'll be a lot of empty gun cases. Some of them are populated with guns and other props. Underneath, there's a bunch of locked cabinets with firearms and other various props inbound and outbound.
All right, what are we looking at?
Okay,
What are we
so
looking for?
Some of these are live or real weapons.
Yeah, primarily these are going to be live. I'm going to say 90%. There's also the possibility that there are other things in there that are inert or replicas.
Okay. Can we show you defendants L10 now? And
No.
Can you describe what room is this in
That
PDQ?
would be the coffee room.
Okay. And that's the
The coffee room. All right, team, we're going to take a coffee break in the coffee room. Let's meet there. No, is it a sad doc? It sounds sad.
coffee room. Now, is there any ammunition stored in the coffee room?
No.
Okay. I want to show you now L32, and if you tell Jerry what this picture is.
That is the bathroom with blanks, and appears to be at the very bottom is indicated live ammo of the gray bins.
And so you've got live ammo, and then on top of that, do you have blanks or dummies?
Those are all blanks.
Okay. So you've got them, and they're not in the same container in this picture, but you've got them all stacked up on each other, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you would commonly do, is store this live ammo in the bathroom?
No, not commonly. It was just short on time and offloading the Sprinter, and got to put it somewhere quick and get back to Texas or California or whatever it might be.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Kenny, then I want to show you if you recognize defendant's L35. That's a box that says 45 LC. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a box that that I populated with Thale Reed's 1883 Cowboy Training Camp live ammo.
Okay, now on that particular box itself, it's not marked live, is it?
No.
Okay. And so
Right. Did it include the Adam Steed story in there?
the rounds around it and in the box, do you know if these loose rounds are live?
I would assume that they are live.
Okay. Do you recall what defendant's L40 is?
No, the Thale Reed's green ammo box.
Okay. And that was found in PDQ props.
Correct.
Okay, sir, then I want to show you earlier, this is defendant's L43. Earlier, you talked about this photo. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I think you said that this was the dummies you had provided, correct?
Yeah, before polishing and populating in the white box provided to Sarah Zachary, yes.
Okay. Now, as you look at this photo, this round up here, isn't that a blank?
Yeah, that's a spent blank.
And then how about this round right here? Right where I'm pointing here.
That's another spent blank.
Okay. So this was not all dummies. This also had spent blanks in it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the sheriffs did not seize this. They did not seize these at the time of the search. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you defendants D.
I love how Mr. Bowles is going through the pictures so quickly as if like he's like onto something, but like I don't know, I'm not catching on with what he's on. I'm lost here. Can anyone help me out? It's like, oh, we got this picture. Okay, and that's this. Okay, next picture. All right, we got this. We got this. Okay, next picture. I'm like, I feel like something juicy is happening, but I don't know. I don't know if he's pretending. I don't know if he's pretending that something juicy is happening or he's trying to trick us.
If you tell the jury what this is?
That's a maintenance bench.
A bench to do what?
Maintenance of firearms.
Okay. So this is where you maintain the firearms?
Yeah, there's gloves there, and you have some cleaning products. That would be one of them, yes.
What are these rounds down here? They look like shotgun shells, but what are these?
From memory, that was a project on a previous film.
Okay, and then you have rounds in the back here. Do you know what those are?
I can't see.
It's hard to see.
Okay, I see dummy blanks. Shall I circle it?
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Right there. Yep. It says 45 ACP dummy blanks.
When you say dummy blanks, is that another type of round, or are they dummies and blanks?
Instead of chambering a dummy round, it's better to chamber a dummy blank in inner one-piece extrusion, and it's a safer way of doing it. If we have a call at some point in the action where somebody needs to chamber a round that is inert. Dummy rounds are problematic in semi-automatic and automatic firearms, and if upon repeated chambering, the components can come loose. So Joe Swanson came up with this invention, which is a dummy blank.
Dummy blank, okay. And what is these tools in the back? The yellow and green?
One is an Allen wrench set. The green one is a Torx set.
And what do you use those for?
Again, it would just be actually, the yellow-handled ones are used commonly to attenuate the flash of semi-automatic and fully automatic weapons.
Defendant's BB, what is that equipment or device right here?
Those are a pair of vices, small vices.
Is that your gun maintenance table as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, defendant's S, is this, you recognize that?
I do.
And is this your box as well?
It is.
Are those live rounds?
Yes. Well, the box, I remember writing 45 long Colt and thinking, this is odd not to write dummy or blanks or specify what it is. It's 45 long Colt because it's 45 long Colt live. And I don't need to write live, it's just live.
45 long Colt, okay.
Yeah.
And defendant's V, can you tell the jury what that is?
Those are Joe Swanson blanks.
Okay. Defendant's AA, again, we have those Mauser boxes at the top of that font, and that's a Joe Swanson font, is that right?
Those are definitely Joe Swanson
I mean, we're going through the pictures, and he seems to be able to answer what everything is.
boxes and fonts.
Okay.
That I commonly see from him.
Okay. This is defendant's Y, and again, let me show you the overall picture. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's that same wooden shelf holding blank rounds.
Okay, and again, we have at the top these 300
I thought John Lennon's killer was a dude.
blackout. Is that the Joe Swanson font?
It is.
Okay. And you see some of these boxes, they got the JS, like on the 9mm.
I see that. Yes.
Okay. That's what I was noticing before, but you said there on some of them, and some of them.
I noticed, bless you, I see the JS, but if it's omitted, it's not, it's just not something I notice.
Okay, and I want to show you defendant's X now. What is this picture?
That's that same wooden shelf.
Okay. And defendant's W, can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, that's the top of the black bookshelf that's adjacent to the wooden cabinet.
Why did he do it again? Oh God, I remember like watching a video about John Lennon. Why did he do it again? Why did he assassinate John Lennon? What was the reason? That does not look like... No. No! She looks like... What? What picture are y'all looking at? I do not see it. What? No way! Hold on. Are we looking at the same picture? She does not. No way. She does not. No. Y'all are drinking some weird creatine powder, okay?
Okay, defendant's Z.
No!
Can you tell us what that is?
Same wooden shelf.
Okay. What are the rounds on the right in this bin here?
Those are small bags of 25, more than likely it's 25 ACP.
Like, they're both white and they have like chubby cheeks, I guess.
32 ACP bags of blanks.
Okay. Defendant's U, again, these tools?
It's the same Allen wrench set and Torx wrench on top of the maintenance table.
Okay, defendant's CC. You see that?
I do.
And this box over here, is that a Joe Swanson?
It is.
Okay. And these fence shells, what are those? What caliber?
I can't tell from this photo.
Okay. Do you know what these thin shells were doing here?
I don't recall.
Those are the kind of thing that can be reloaded, correct?
Yeah, unless a case is torn or it's become brittle and started to fracture, you can reload it.
This is defendant's T, and that's, is this the live ammo from 1883, that box?
It is.
Okay. Now I want to show you defendant's N27, and I'm going to show you that upright, but then I'm going to turn it around. Is that your writing on the blue box?
It is.
Okay. And defendant's N29, is that same box?
It is. It's one side or the other. Because, yeah, both have a label just like that.
Okay.
Both ends.
Okay. Now, a couple more questions on the prop truck that I forgot to ask you. When you were going there, do you recall telling Sarah to put a piece of tape over the safe?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
Well, I wanted to make sure that nobody got into the safe before the law enforcement showed up.
One last series of questions on the disagreement that Hannah and Sarah had, you were talking about earlier, and that was over the negligent discharge, or accidental discharge, you called it?
Accidental discharge, yes.
Okay, sir, do you recall telling Hannah that Sarah was her boss and not to push it?
Yes.
And you were basically telling her to back off, reporting anything? Shoot, I'm sorry, jeez. Sorry, Judge. Siri picked up this thing. Do you recall telling Hannah something like to back off because she wanted to report to production?
It wasn't that she wanted to report it to production because Sarah had already reported it herself. That was the issue.
Okay, but in any event, you told her that she should just move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, may I have just one moment? Okay.
Boy, that was, you know, I had high hopes, Mr. Bowles. I had high hopes for you. How's your day going in Palermo? What classes are you taking this year?
Mr. Kenny, is it your testimony that the 45 caliber live rounds at PDQ were reloads?
To my knowledge, yes.
And did any of those live rounds that were taken from PDQ have the same projectile shape as the projectile on the live rounds from the set of Rust?
No.
You spoke to Mr. Bowles. You indicated that you had, of the live rounds that you took to the set of 1883, there were three projectile types. Is that correct?
It is.
Did all three of those types come back to PDQ?
Once we were, no, well, I'm unaware because once we were done with the cowboy training camp, I never went into that box again, or even the smaller white boxes, into the gray bin or the smaller white boxes. So I didn't take an inventory after we were done.
And the gray bin that you had marked live ammo, was all of the live ammo that you had at PDQ inside that bin?
Yes. What? Excuse me. All the live ammo from 1883 was in that gray bin. There was self-defense rounds elsewhere within PDQ that were live. Not 45 long Colt though.
That's what I was going to ask. What caliber was your self-defense rounds?
357, 38 special, and 300 blackout.
Okay. Do you keep all of them at the Albuquerque location?
No.
Do you have another location?
I do.
Where's that?
It's in Lake Havasu City, Arizona.
Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
What is exactly a primed case?
The prime case is a case, could be a shotgun shell with just a primer, but we differentiate a prime case from a blank in that there's no additional charge of gunpowder to make a report, a noise, a bang, or a puff of smoke. And so it's a good training tool. It's a loud cap gun when it goes off. It helps initiate action on a set where there needs to be choreography of movement. And if you add talcum powder, it provides a bit of a puff to it.
So a primed case is just simply an empty brass, I'm going to suggest brass, I know it doesn't have to be brass, shell casing with a live primer. Is that right?
That's correct.
But it has no gunpowder?
No gunpowder.
And it has no projectile?
Definitely not. That would be a live round.
Can a primed case kill someone?
It can lead. Yes, it can. In a number of different ways.
How would that happen?
Well, in the Brandon Lee situation, a prime case, initiation of the primer was enough to deliver the bullet, the projectile, into the barrel, causing what's called a squib load. And in that instance, what happened is the prop crew was unaware of what had happened. They emptied what were supposed to be dummy rounds, and they were not, because the live primer thus makes them something other than. And it's
But let me ask you this. In order for a primed case to hurt someone in the manner that you're describing, such as the incident with Brandon Lee, there has to be a projectile somewhere, right?
yes,
And in that case, there was a projectile lodged in the barrel of the gun.
correct.
Okay. But the primed case itself, just the empty casing and the live primer, that's not going to kill anybody.
Highly doubtful that
Right.
would cause injury. Yes,
Okay. You said that it sounds like a loud pop gun.
it sounds like a loud cap gun.
Cap gun, I'm sorry. Because the primer has a small amount of explosive substance, and it's that lights the gunpowder that emits the projectile, correct?
That's correct.
We're learning so much.
Were all of your 45 long Colt caliber live rounds that you had at PDQ, were they all taken by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Starline brass casings. Is Starline brass a very common casing?
It's one of the primary sources of cases for Joe Swanson, but I've come to learn that even the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department uses it as one of their duty ammos.
You indicated that there were some leather belts, but you didn't inventory those.
Correct.
Did you notice, were there appearing to be dummy rounds in those leather belts?
Yes.
Did you inventory those?
I did not.
Were those your property?
No.
Did it also include firearms?
Not in the box with the gun leather. There was at least one replica firearm within that box. In separate cases, I believe there are probably 2 Pelican-type hardened cases that contain firearms as well as other replicas. And the box just containing the leather did not have firearms in it.
But you did receive a box from Ms. Gutierrez that she shipped to you from Montana that contained firearms, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And those were shipped to you because they were your firearms, right?
Some of them were, yes. Some of them were also fails.
Okay. When you received the box that
You can ship firearms? I guess you would have to label it firearm. Wait, you can ship firearms?
contained the firearms, was there anything concerning about the state they were in?
Yes. The primary concern is that some of them were loaded.
What? I'm seeing a lot of faces on the other side. Dun, dun, dun.
Mr. Kenny, you said that some of the guns were loaded?
Yes.
What were they loaded with?
What I found out that they were loaded with dummy rounds in the end.
And why was that concerning to you that the guns had been shipped to you loaded with dummy rounds? So whenever you're ready, I'm ready. Okay.
Well, because the assumption is that one, guns are always loaded unless you verify that they are not, and two, that rounds are live unless you validate that they are dummy rounds. And the fact that a couple, I believe it was from memory, a couple of the revolvers were loaded with rounds leads me to default that I have to assume these are live rounds until I validate that each and every one of the rounds are dummy rounds and that the guns are completely empty. So there was some sweaty palms that moment.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears here. I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 168. I want you to have a look at this photo and tell me if the projectile shapes that you described to Mr. Bowles are present in this photo.
It looks 99% are semi-wad cutter bullets. There's an oddball right in the middle of the photo.
Where can you use your screen? Oh, that's the oddball. Okay, sure.
Yeah, that has a projectile that I don't remember seeing. It's neither a semi-wad. They probably would consider that some variation of a wad cutter, but it almost looks like a truncated cone type projectile.
Okay, and truncated cones were one of the projectiles that you recall from 1883, correct?
Yeah, the cowboy training camp.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already in evidence of State's Exhibit 171. How would you describe those?
That's another variation of a semi-wad cutter.
Okay. Would you consider that a truncated cone?
No.
All right.
Stevie's my corgi.
I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 57.
It's an old vlog. I haven't updated my stream elements yet. Chai, what have you been playing lately?
Would these be a primed case?
Well, I can't see what's on the opposite end away from the nickel primer Is there a projectile in the end?
For the purposes of this question, let's assume that there is no gunpowder in those casings and there is no projectile at the other end.
Yeah, I would call these a spent case because the primers have been hit. But at the same time, we have to assume that any primer is potentially live, even though it's been struck, because it could be a hard primer. But commonly, if somebody, the layman took a look at this picture and said, well, what is that? I would say a spent case casually. But I would not make a dummy round out of that.
Sure. In order for a primed case to be a primed case, it has to have an unstruck primer, correct?
Yes, and we assume that it's not an inert prime case. If we're saying, what are we need to initiate some kind of action with the least amount of noise, I would call up Joe Swanson and say, I need a box of 50 prime cases.
Okay. But those don't appear to be that to you, do they?
They don't. I don't know what that is, to be honest with you. It could be in the providing weapons and blanks and dummy rounds to production for film. I don't know what that is. I mean, casually, I would say if I was just a shooter out there, I would say, no, it's a spent case.
Right. It looks like a spent casing.
Yeah.
All of the dummies that you provided to the set of Rust, the 45 long Colt dummies that came directly from you, did all of them rattle?
Yes.
Did you provide any dummy rounds to the set of Rust that did not rattle?
I did.
Oh yeah, what's the meme with like the Stanley Cup thing? I saw like there was someone that like stole a bunch of like Stanley Cups or something like that. What's the meme with that? Or update me.
Those were the 44 Henry copper-plated rounds.
And those are completely different looking than any of the 45 long Colt dummies, correct?
Correct. They haven't made 44 Henry since the pre-1900.
So the 44 Henrys, how do you know that those are dummies?
Well, they don't make them anymore, and
how do you know they're dummies if they don't rattle?
it's a problem. You assume that they're live. Then
is there a hole in the side? How do you know it's a dummy?
You don't. That's a problem.
There's no hole in the side.
There's no hole in the side.
Do you know whether or not, did you say they were 4470s?
44 Henry.
44 Henry. Do you know whether any of the 44 Henrys were ever even used on the set of Rust?
No.
You don't know?
No. And to be clear, the 44 Henrys don't have a traditional primer. You cannot reload them. They're like a 22 rimfire. It's the same thing. It's just an oversized version of that.
All right. You were asked some questions about how many times you called Detective Hancock. Why did you call her so many times?
Just to aid in the investigation, whatever she needed, or if I found something that I thought she might want to see, or if I had any questions. It was routine for us to be in communication.
Okay. You made a statement on cross-examination that you didn't want to work, I think it was in a text message maybe, that you didn't want to work with Ms. Gutierrez in the future. Is that correct? Do you recall making that statement?
Yeah, I'd say yes.
Why didn't you want to work with her in the future?
Well, the issue of loading a full load blank with a horse in the vicinity is a huge violation of an armorer's work.
So why don't you explain to the jury what you're talking about, because I don't think that we've addressed that issue yet. Was there an issue that came to your attention with regard to the set animals and a full load blank?
There was several days prior, and I don't know exactly when it happened. Sarah Zachary called to discuss a number of things.
Hi, lady. How are you doing today? How's it going? Oh, you're finishing P3 right now, Chai? Snacking on some homemade popcorn. Ooh, what do you season that with? It's a new trend. If you're not drinking from a Stanley, you're a loser. Some kid even got bullied at school because she had a normal flask and not the Stanley. What is a Stanley? Is that like a trophy cup or something like that?
Things, including her concern.
And I'm gonna stop you right there.
Oh,
I got it.
Yep.
So, did you receive information that there was an issue with a full load blank and an animal?
Yes.
Okay, stop there.
What?
Generally speaking, explain to the jury what types of blanks are to be used around animals, what types are not, and why, having nothing to do with what happened on Rust.
In general, we have several iterations of blank loads, and the idea is that we always want to use the least amount of noise and gunpowder for the effect necessary. And so if ultimately we could get away with using nothing but a prime case, that would be ideal.
Sir, in terms of blanks, what are the appropriate size blanks to use around horses on a movie set?
Horses and kids, no greater than 1/4 load.
So is there a blank load that is less than a 1/4 load?
There is 1/8 as well, yes.
Okay. Why is it not advisable to use full load blanks around set animals?
Well, it's frankly, it's considered animal cruelty.
Maybe approach.
Rounds. Okay, Mr. Kenny, we're going to move on. You were asked some questions about making dummy rounds into live rounds. Do you recall those questions from Mr. Bowles?
I do.
So it sounds like that would be a bit of a complicated process. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about the opposite. Would it be considerably easier to turn a live round into a dummy?
It would be not. It would be. It's not the ideal situation, again, especially if we're talking
I'm
about.
not asking what's ideal. I'm asking would it be easier?
There's one less step. Well, no. Actually, we're excluding. You'd have to press out the primer. It's less complicated.
So, if one were to try to turn live rounds into dummy rounds, would they need any special equipment?
They would need full reloading.
I'm just asking you if they would need special equipment.
Yes.
Is one of the pieces of equipment that they might need an inertia puller?
The bullet puller, yes. A kinetic puller would be one of them, yes.
All right, thank you.
Why is
You
the
were asking
Stanley Cup?
questions about your training of Ms. Zachary. Did you train Ms. Zachary specifically on how to handle a single action Army revolver?
No.
You were shown a series of photos and asked about Joe Swanson labels. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Mr. Ball's going to come up here real quick. 193 through. For the purposes of these questions, I want you to think back to the photo that you saw of the Joe Swanson box that was taken from the set of Rust. Do you recall the photo I'm talking about? If not, I'll show it to you again.
The one on the prop cart, just to be clear.
Yes.
Yes?
The dummies.
Yes.
Joe Swanson dummies.
Yes.
With the JS in the middle.
Yes.
And you indicated that you have never had a box that had that kind of label.
Correct.
So,
Specifically 45 long cold.
well, let's go through them. States Exhibit 193, are those labels just like the one from the set of Rust?
Well, no.
Right, that's not a trick question. How about these? States Exhibit 194, are those just like the ones from the set of Rust?
No.
Same question here, 195. We've got several boxes. If you need me to zoom in on anything, I'm happy to.
No. It's, yes. No, I don't. Need you to zoom.
Are any of those the same as the box from Rust?
No.
These, are any of these the same as the box from Rust?
No.
How about these?
No.
And that's, for the record, States Exhibit 197. States Exhibit 198, how about these?
No.
States Exhibit 199, how about these?
No.
States Exhibit 200, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 201, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 202, over on the left, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 203, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 204.
No.
States Exhibit 205.
No.
States Exhibit 206.
No.
States Exhibit 207.
No.
States Exhibit 208.
No.
Wait, why Stanley when you can get a Yeti? I'm so confused.
You testified that you provided some fake guns for Rust, is that right?
Yes. Replica guns, yes.
Did you provide any fake long guns for the set of Rust?
No.
You talked about one piece of equipment. What other equipment would you need to do that?
Well, you need a piece of.
Mr. Kenny, just to follow up, with regard to turning a live into a dummy, you talked about one piece of equipment. What other equipment would you need to do that?
Well, you need a piece of equipment to press out the primer. You need, a press and reload it and install it with.
Wait, okay, I need to pause. Brain says someone left the cup in the car. The car caught fire due to a malfunction. The cup survived. The Stanley Company got the woman a new car, marketing it its finest. Wait, is that true? I mean, okay, these are the Stanley Cups. I thought Stanley Cups were like trophies or something that you win, like for hockey or some shit. I have no idea. I mean, they got some cute color schemes, okay? They're kind of cute, all right? I keep hearing people talk about it. I just kept ignoring it.
Proper reloading dies. You would need some way of measuring powder as well, potentially dispensing the powder. And then you need a piece of equipment to load the primer into the case.
Okay. Now, I think you testified that you didn't train Sarah Zachary on the use of the single.
Aren't they full of lead? 90% stainless steel, BPA free, recycled stainless steel icon inside the tumbler indicates your quencher is made from sustainable material.
Action revolver?
Correct.
And she was under your license, so was she not permitted to use that?
No, she was permitted.
Okay. Even without the training?
Well, that's a good question. I don't recall going over. I just don't remember training her to check for safe on a single action army. I think, the thinking was, Hannah's the armor. She's going to take care of it.
Okay, but you did train her with regard to, you did certify her on your paperwork.
Well, there's no certification.
Okay, not certification, but you did have her on your paperwork.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Okay, so chat, let's make a new poll. Do you think Hannah Reid will testify? Shit, where did it go? Okay. 47% said no, 32% says yes, 19% says not sure. Okay, new poll. Thoughts on, what was his name again? What's his name? Seth Kenny. Helped Hannah. Hannah spelled with an H, right? What are your thoughts about Seth Kenny's testimony? Did it help her? Did it not help her? Neither? Wait, would neither be a option? Neither would mean it didn't help either parties? Don't know. Oh, she's back, the detective.
Thank you for your second round on the witness stand. As a sworn law enforcement officer, are you familiar with the crime of negligent use of a firearm?
Yes.
And what are the different ways that the elements of negligent use of a firearm can be fulfilled?
That's what they charge Dave Hall with, negligent use of firearm.
Can we approach?
Yes.
The big secret is that built stainless available at Walmart are better than Yeti and Stanley. I feel like there's so many of those. I have like the Amazon version and it works just fine to me. I don't even know what the brand is. I feel like there's just so many of them. They all work all the same. It's all the same shit.
Or in all kinds of situations that
Oh, break. Okay. We're coming back.
And as a trained law enforcement officer, are you proficient in firearms?
Fairly proficient.
Hi, Queen. How are you doing today? Well, it seems to point to Hannah Reid bringing the live ammunition. They're trying to blame it on Seth Kenny. They're trying to blame it on maybe Sarah Zachary, but all the evidence points to being Hannah Reid. But definitively, no.
Have you been able to access that gun that Mr. Haig was using for his demonstration today?
Yes.
And
All good, studio.
did you attempt to view the barrel of the gun?
Her lips are throwing you off. I know what she looks like. She looks like the 80s Barbie or something like that. 80s Barbie, like those 80s Barbie dolls with like the big eyes and the big lips. Maybe if I can find them.
Without removing the cylinder.
Yes.
Were you successful?
Yes.
You were?
Well, sorry, in looking at it, yes, but not fully.
Okay, so why don't you explain to the jury what you did
So not the 80s, but like the old retro Barbie dolls.
in order to try to do a barrel check for debris or items in the barrel without removing the cylinder.
Okay. So with the revolver that Mr. Haig had brought in, what I did was essentially took a hammer to half cock, which would allow that cylinder to spin freely. So then I tried to look down the barrel, kind of from the side of that revolver. You can see a little bit of light shining through it, but you cannot fully see like an unobstructed barrel view when you're looking down it. So it's essentially what I would kind of consider looking like at a corner. So you're not really able to see, parts of that corner. Next, I pulled the hammer fully back all the way to see if you could see where the firing pin goes into that cylinder. So I tried to look down that way to see if I could see the entirety of the barrel. Again, that hole it's too small. I could see light shining through, but not enough to where I could say that the barrel was
Hey, Cynthia looks amazing, okay? Leave Cynthia alone. She's amazing.
completely empty, or that I would be confident enough to say that there wasn't anything in the barrel. And then the last thing that I did uncomfortably is I actually took that revolver and with it at the full cock position, I actually looked down the barrel of that gun and used a light source because it was really hard to see in it with it being, it's dark, it's a darker barrel. So I looked, actually had that barrel pointing at my face, and to try to look down it, too dark to see it just normally. So I used a light source to try to look down, but again, when you're shining that light source down the barrel, you're having to move in different directions. So personally, I wouldn't comfortably say that that the barrel would be free of anything like debris or any sort of particles in those checks.
All right, thank you. Shifting gears, are you familiar with the name Brian Norvell?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not he was interviewed in this case?
Yes.
You know, or he was?
He was.
Okay. And were the defense attorneys present for that interview?
Yes, they were.
Have you listened to the entire interview?
Yes, I have.
Did the defense, and let me ask you, in terms of the...
Wait, sorry, I'm so distracted. Do you guys remember this? What is this? I remember I wanted one so bad, but my mom wouldn't get it me one. It's like you can write on it and then you can wash it afterwards and then rewrite on. What was the name of this again? Oh, there's no name on here. What was this called? It was called a doodle bear? Oh, I wanted one so bad. Oh my God. Wow, what a throwback. Oh my goodness. I felt like somewhere in my brain it just like ignited. Oh, so cool. Sorry. I'm okay. No distraction. No distraction.
Let's go back to State's Exhibit 2. In terms of Mr. Benavidez's video, who is Brian Norvell on that video?
So in that lapel video, Brian Norvell is the individual that brings that prop cart over in front of the patrol unit to Lieutenant Benavidez, and he's the same individual that reaches his hand over the crime scene tape to pick something up off the cart.
Approximately how long was the interview that you listened to?
It was about an hour and 45 minutes, give or take.
Did anyone from the defense ask Mr. Norvell any questions?
No.
Were you present in the courtroom when Mr. Bowles asked Mr. Kenny approximately how many times he called you? And I think Mr. Kenny agreed it was approximately 40 times.
Yes.
How many times did Mr. Bowles call you?
Quite a bit, not just calls, but also emails and text messages.
Would you say it was more than 40 times?
I'd say at least around there.
And how many times have I called you?
A handful, maybe between 5 and 10.
All right, thank you. I'll pass the witness. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Bowles was making sure he was billing his hourlies, okay?
Sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Corporal Hancock, isn't it true that I'm representing Ms. Gutierrez-Reed in this case, and I called you and emailed you in that capacity?
Yes.
And
Mr. Bowles, we didn't think you were calling her out of like impropriety or anything like that.
Seth Kenny, on the other hand, is a potential suspect in the case, right?
According to who?
Well, you're the investigator. Did you ever look at him as a potential suspect?
Yeah, he was investigated.
Oh, this is what I was thinking right here. Like old manga / anime. Like with the big eyes with like the very like pursed up lips like that. That's what I was thinking of. I thought it was like a Barbie doll or something. I think it's just like old style like Japanese manga or like anime. Yeah, I like this one. Okay. All right, back.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. Do you normally talk to potential suspects that many times in a case?
I don't think there's a limit to how much we talk to them.
With regard to the barrel obstruction that you looked at, and you did that, you're not an expert in inspecting firearms.
No.
And you said you're fairly proficient, but you don't know, for example, the tools that are used. You didn't have a tool with you?
No, that was just by eye.
Okay, so you just did kind of a casual attempt, but you're not an expert at doing that, are you?
I tried to replicate the way that was said that the barrel checks were done.
Well, you didn't have a tool. You just said that.
Correct.
And did you do this outside?
It was done inside.
Yeah, and are you aware the light is quite a bit different when you do it outside?
Correct.
So you said even doing it inside, under less favorable lighting conditions, you were still able to see some light coming through it, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't replicate it outside, did you?
No, that's why I used a light source.
Okay, and you knew this was being done outside on the rust side?
I would assume so, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it was done inside as well.
Well, you don't know that.
Correct.
So you're assuming. So your demonstration did not repeat the same conditions either. They were done on the rust side, did it?
Again, I can't say the exact way that it was done on rust.
Okay.
Wait, I remember there was like a 90s toy where, not the magic feeding baby, but there was one where it was like you were feeding the baby and it looked like it was actually eating it. It was like so cool. Oh, I remember I wanted one so bad. This one? Maybe it was this one. The All Gone Baby. Oh, this might have been it. The Choosy Baby All Gone with magic treats. Oh, I think this was it. I remember I was so obsessed with this. I wanted one so bad. Never got one though. Never had one. Really sad. Wah. It's called the All Gone Baby. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a commercial.
Thank you. Next witness.
Stand called Mike Primo.
Oh, is this it? This might be it. Oh, this is it.
Choosy, baby, all gone. I love to choose what you eat. She really ate them. What's your secret? I see what she likes. Choosy, baby, all gone. Eat your peas.
Oh my god,
Now you can
it's
have
so
berries.
cool.
I love to choose what you eat.
So cool. Also, peas are fucking disgusting. Who the hell would eat peas?
I can choose juice or milk.
Oh my god.
You know just what she likes. Of course, I'm her mom. Choosy, baby, all gone. I love to choose what you eat. Choosy, baby,
Oh my
all gone.
God.
Magic treats lets you choose what she eats and comes with everything you see here.
It was so good. Oh my god. We're gonna get flagged for a copyright now. Great. The stream is ruined. So cool. I have blonde hair. Yeah, blonde hair. You found a Barbie doll on eBay that looks like that too? Really? How much was it? Was it super expensive? You like peas? I mean, I can eat peas, but they're the most disgusting thing ever. It's like, why would you eat peas? Ugh. And I had a friend that did a rant about how peas ruins fried rice. I thought it was so funny. I'm paying attention.
For the judge, raise your thank you.
Who's
Good
this?
afternoon, sir. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Good afternoon. Michael Allen Primo.
Okay.
Mr.
Mike
Primo, how are you currently employed?
I am employed through a company called Primo Forensics, where I am a partner. The firm specializes in the analysis of digital multimedia evidence, so audio recordings, video recordings, and image recordings used in litigation.
Can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your education and
Okay, I'm just going to go to the part where he talks about the Rust stuff.
how did you become involved in this case?
We were contacted initially to examine several sources of digital images that were captured from a variety of devices by Ms. Morrissey.
And did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
And was your work peer reviewed?
Yes, my work was technically peer-reviewed by a colleague of similar qualifications.
Wait. No, Brussels sprouts are delicious. But when you were a kid, Brussels sprouts were disgusting because parents did not know how to properly cook them / season them, okay? If you had plain Brussels sprouts that were boiled, it's disgusting. But, dude, Brussels sprouts are the best fucking vegetables. They're so good if you make them correctly. Dude, just like cover it with olive oil, salt, pepper, throw it in the air fryer for like, I don't know, like 20 minutes or something like that. And it's like nice, crispy, and like, it's so good. And there's this sauce that I make that goes with it. It's like soy sauce, sake, mirin, sugar, garlic powder, and then a little bit of like chili flakes. Oh my God. So good.
And is that what peer review means? You give it to someone else in the field and they double check your work?
That's correct. To ensure the accuracy of the application of the methodology, as well as the opinions offered, it's recommended that reports are technically peer-reviewed by a colleague that has similar qualifications.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits. We're going to get ourselves set up.
Yes, exhibits. Yeah, Brussels sprouts. Like once someone knows how to cook them correctly, they're so good.
Do you recommend to do some enhancement on?
It appears so, yes.
And is there a particular part of this image that you were asked to enhance or clarify?
Yes, so the area specific,
George, will you show him how he can?
which
178. Primo, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 178?
Sure. So the tool that was used primarily throughout the course of the investigation is called AMP5, which is a audio or an image and video analysis tool, not audio analysis, with which when you bring the image into the tool, it performs a non-destructive workflow that allows us to show, allows us what between.
So make it less blurry.
So I applied a de-blur several.
Okay, so he took a picture. He makes it less blurry. He's enhancing it. He's going through his techniques. Brussels sprouts you can put in the oven, and then afterwards, like broil it just so it has like that crisp to it, but make sure you don't burn it. Or I just throw it in the air fryer because I hate like turning up my oven. Oh, so good, so good. Maximum blur, please. Yeah, so good. You guys haven't had good Brussels sprouts before? Oh, let's see. Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts. Like, it has to look like this, okay? Get your Brussels sprouts to look like this, okay? The little crunchiness, a little bit of like, that's a little too burnt for me, but the little crispiness, like, so good. And there's a sauce that I make that goes with it. It's really good. I want some Brussels sprouts now.
Yes.
How does that affect whether it's blurry or not, if it does?
It doesn't necessarily affect it from a clarification perspective. It wasn't so far out of blur that I would consider it unreliable to make determinations from. We can still see a lot of information in that background. It wasn't like those objects were several hundred feet or even.
Okay, I'm just going to go through this.
So here's the ammunition.
I do.
Oh, you know what? I did see a preview. I think they're going to go through some footages and then they're going to try to figure out if the live ammunition was in like the bandolier and like in like the footage that they taped. Okay, so you're just going to kind of go through it. Oh, God, the picture.
You provided this image for clarification and forensic work.
Yes, I was.
And was there a particular part of this image that I asked you to focus on?
Oh, yes, to enhance these on her lap. Because I think there was a live ammunition in there. And I think it's that one right there. I know you guys can't see it, but it's like right there or something.
So the section
right?
identified by the arrow here is the section of the screen that was of interest for clarification, so enhancement, as well as resizing or enlargement of that imagery.
And were you able to enlarge and clarify that image?
Yes, that section of the image was suitable for clarification, and then exhibits were generated, enlarged. In the compare and original format that we saw earlier, where it's the side-by-side, as well as a picture-in-picture style within the tool AMP5.
How do you know whether or not the image is appropriate for clarification?
Okay, so he's going to go through. This is just boring stuff. Yeah, Palermo. Have you ever had Brussels sprouts before? So good. I'm the type of person that loves eating steamed vegetables. Like, I don't really care about adding like flavors and all that stuff, but like with Brussels sprouts, dude, you could really make it taste so delicious. Yummy. But Brussels sprouts on its own, it's like, who eats Brussels sprouts on its own? Ew. Who does that?
Mr. Primo, what are we looking at here?
This is a clarified exhibit that depicts that region of interest, which is demonstrated in the lower right-hand corner, that has been enhanced using sharpness, light level adjustments, as well as it's a picture-in-picture style, but a zoom, if you will, of the area of interest, which is the ammunition and it appears to be some sort of container.
Thank you. This is State's Exhibit 177. I'd like to move it into evidence and publish it.
This enlargement of the pixel region. So that's the original version, and then on the right-hand side, all of those processes were applied. A side-by-side exhibit.
Like if you ever go to a like a Japanese, like kind of like on like the medium high-end restaurant, get the Brussels sprouts. Usually they'll have Brussels sprouts on there. Just get it. It's so good. Oh, yum. But they do put like a lot of sauce in it usually though. So I don't know. Maybe you'll enjoy it.
Able to see just by using your eyes a slight difference in the color of the primers of the ammunition on the top area of that styrofoam insert and the ammunition here in this lower section.
Yes. So these two things that we're evaluating are visually dissimilar. in terms of light and color.
And while you have testified that you can see the difference, are there some things that you can do in order to verify that that they are actually different colors?
There are some tests that we can apply to analyze the information.
States Exhibit late 180.
If memory serves more than a couple, but yes.
And take those videos and enhance still frames within the videos.
Yes, I think it was, if memory serves more than a couple, but yes.
Okay.
Okay, so they gave him videos. Oh, yes.
Is States Exhibit 187. Do you recognize this video?
I do, yes.
And is this one of the videos that you digitally enhanced for me?
That is correct.
Oh, there's Sarah Zachary.
You know, and quite frankly, I understand that we can't
Oh, there's the bandolier.
hear it, but whatever is being said is not relevant. So I'm not going to spend too much time on the
Or the
audio.
holster?
Okay.
Okay, understood.
And what specifically were you asked to do with regard to this video? What was I asking you to look for and try to enhance?
The pixel regions are the areas depicting the ammunition within what's my understanding is a bandolier that Mr. Baldwin is attempting to wear. Several still images were extracted from the video recording for clarification.
And can you see the ammunition with the primer side of the ammunition facing the camera in this still frame?
That is correct.
And she said she got the bandolier. She was the one that provided it. It was from the previous movie set that she used. Oh, and I think they're going to show that there was a live ammunition in that bandolier. Hannah, all fingers point to you. She does not look very happy right now.
Would this be an example of some of the still frames that you collected from this video at my request?
I would have to examine the specific video image numbers, but it was in this range that it becomes most visible. I'm uncertain if it's this exact video image. Every video image in a video recording is marked with a frame number, so we count them. We can count them in a linear fashion. I would have to examine the project to know if definitively if it was this video image, but it was
Hey, you can't discriminate against people with colorful hair, okay? I used to have colorful hair.
in this series of time.
I had all the colors of the rainbow, okay?
One of these still frames in this video?
Correct.
And perhaps more than one?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, no water.
I am going to play for you States Outfitter.
Is admitted, you may publish.
Mr. Primo, were you asked to do basically the same thing with this video?
That is correct.
What am I looking at? Oh, the bandolier. Is bandolier and holster, are they used synonymously, or is bandolier something that like wraps? Is it like where like is bandolier one of those things where like it's like you know the shotguns or so not shotguns, machine guns? You know how like there's a bullet and it's on like the little thing? Is that a bandolier? And then is a holster where you put your gun in or something, or is it used the same thing? Does anyone know?
When the camera was zoomed in here at the beginning, were you able to collect some still frames of the ammunition in that holster?
That is correct.
Enhance,
All right.
please. Sometimes people with different color hair can be trouble. Same thing with like
Because we have
brunettes.
to-
Like look at Jodi Arias. She had blonde hair. Okay, don't trust blondes. No, don't trust the bleach blondes.
Switch devices. I'm going to show you another video from a different time frame,
Okay.
and then we'll move back to the images.
I do.
Forensic analysis on
So several pick session giving the vendor their
this.
memories. The in comparison to other devices.
Okay.
Can you see the ammunition there on the left-hand side?
Yes, I don't know for a fact that it is ammunition, but it's my understanding that those are casings of some sort. But yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. And is it somewhere in this area where you were able to isolate some still frames? And I'll go ahead and play it for you there.
That is correct. In preparation for my report from my investigation, 4 instances, 4 images were extracted from the tool in a raw RGB TIFF format. In preparation for testimony, additional images were extracted for review.
Okay. Shoulder belt for bullets? Okay.
Through objection.
One of the 2 of the digital video files that we saw that didn't have audio playback.
Do we have the dates for these? It would be very helpful.
That frame on the left-hand side of the screen is what's been cropped as the area of focus.
And let me stop you real quick. As a point of clarification, I showed you 2 videos of Mr. Baldwin putting on his bandolier.
I'm basing those assumptions and upgrade my bandoliers and holsters at the Trapper in Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh man, I have some beef with Red Dead Redemption 2 specifically. There's like an ongoing joke in my Twitch chat.
And then there was another video of Mr. Baldwin with a young man. Do you remember those?
Yes, the 2 with the putting on the bandolier is what I was referring to. Yes.
Oh, their monitor isn't working. Sorry.
Tech support? Tech support. Oh, tech support. We're getting tech support coming in.
Yeah.
And what was the date?
The date that the metadata interpretation tool is reporting as the daytime the original image was captured is October 10th.
Oh, October 10th. Ah! So dates are really important because, I mean, we already know that she was the one who supplied the bandolier. She's the one who said it herself. But, you know, maybe the other theory is that, okay, she provided the bandolier, but then Sarah Zachary swapped them out. But Sarah Zachary didn't get the live ammunition, or sorry, Sarah Zachary didn't get the additional blanks, dummies, whatever the fuck it was, from Seth Kenny until October 11 or 13, I think. Oh, no, October 13. But they're showing here that there was already live ammunition on the set, and this was before Seth Kenny provided the additional dummies and all that stuff. So, I mean, it's pretty important.
2021 at approximately 9 a.m., 11 seconds.
Okay. And just to be clear, the videos that we showed you of Mr. Baldwin putting on his bandolier, were you able to determine the date of those?
I did not evaluate the daytime created information from those videos,
okay.
No.
But the jury can rely on the testimony of other witnesses for the appropriate dates for that. And then we'll get to the next one in a moment. So let's go ahead and begin again. States Exhibit 179, what are we looking at here?
This is a comparison of the specific region that was cropped demonstrating the bandolier and the ammunition. At frame 237, I don't recall which video exhibit this came from. But as you can see here on the left, this is the original information that does not have any clarification, application of any clarification to it. The image on the right is a clarified version that uses resizing of that section to make it larger, light level adjustments, shadow and highlights, shadows, midtones, and highlights, and sharpening.
Oh no, don't worry. The joke with Red Dead Redemption was that I played the game for 2 hours, I got frustrated, and I quit the game, and I never played it ever again. I hated the game. I didn't like it. I like Grand Theft Auto, though.
Sir, in both images, but in particular in the clarified image on the right, are you able to determine that one of the supposed pieces of ammunition seems to have a silver coloring in the center?
Visually, yes. Objectively, through that deeper methodology that I talked about, no, we did not apply that method for verification.
Okay. Let's move to States Exhibit 180. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is another instance, video image 218 from the video exhibit that was original video image. The section on the right was clarified and enlarged. Similar processes were applied.
And in this image, when we compare it to the previous image, that being States Exhibit 179, do you see that change in color, that silver type color, in the same place in both images? And when I mean in the same place, on the same piece of ammunition, or rather where the ammunition is located?
That is correct. Yes, it's a lighter tonal value or representation, which is dissimilar than the other tonal values in chroma and luma, light and color, that appears dissimilar.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 181. Tell us.
The video recording. The image on the right is the clarified version that has been resized, enhancement processes applied, and then the entire image was actually...
All right, so we see the silver primer in the middle. That's a live ammunition.
What appears to be the third piece of ammunition from the top.
That is correct.
Same
Because
thing.
the projectile is located. In which case, this exhibit on the left is the original section of the video image that was selected, cropped, enlarged, and the clarified version that has clarified processes applied. One particular process that wasn't included on the others is a process called deblurring. So
Third.
light.
All right, same thing. Ooh.
The RE Raw proprietary tool. It's a program that allows us to examine the images captured directly from the RE camera in their raw format. It is reporting a date of October the 18th, 2021. And then the image on the right is the clarified or enhanced version of that image on the left.
And are you...
Do I think they'll rest today? I feel like we're getting really close to rest because, we had reoccurring people come back and retestify in the stand. I feel like we're getting really close.
Able to see, just from looking at the photo, that the top two items appear to have silver centers where the last four appear to have a different color center.
They appear to be lighter in tonal values. I don't know if I can classify them as silver, but...
Okay, understood. I'm sorry.
Whether
Does it doing a tone?
All right, anything else we got for this guy?
90.
Selected area, approximate selected area as the other images we saw, but it's not in the compare original format. It's just a picture-in-picture that is clarified, enhanced.
All right, thank you, sir. Were you also asked to perform a forensic analysis on still frames from a body-worn camera worn by a police officer?
That is correct.
Listen, my issue with Red Dead Redemption was looting took forever, okay? I don't have the patience for that. I hated that. Looting was annoying. You had to go through each one, pick it up, put it in your inventory. It was annoying for me. I hated that. And then I got really annoyed and irritated when there was a horse riding scene and they expected me to shoot at a moving target or riding a stupid horse. And I was like, how am I going to do this on a controller? I was like, no way, I'm not playing this game. Hell no. So I dropped the game. For
the record,
I think I bought the game and then I sold it back to GameStop like within the next week or something. She's facing 18 months. Yes. Or maybe probation.
Just so that the jury is aware, the body-worn camera that Mr. Primo analyzed was State's Exhibit 2. I'm not going to play it because you already have it. We've already watched it. I will, however...
Don't, Chai, don't.
Pull up State's Exhibit 192 and ask the court to admit 192 and permit.
All right,
from the BWC recording, I don't recall from the file title which particular frame this was, but it's a picture-in-picture process using Annotate. We can select that portion of the screen and enlarge it, resize it, add additional enhancement processes, including adjustments to the lighting, sharpening as well. So it's an enhanced version of that frame with a picture-in-picture effect.
And the label of that box still appears to be pretty blurry and not legible. Were you not able to clarify it any more than that?
That is correct.
Okay.
The compression artifacts, as a result of the spatial resolution, the video quality was insufficient to enhance to make that kind of identification.
And when you say the video quality was insufficient, is there a considerable difference between the quality of a police officer's body-worn camera, this type of camera in particular, and a camera such as the RE camera that was being used on the set of Rust?
Yes, a body-worn camera, although effective, its design is to surveil. It's a surveillance camera that's worn by an officer, so they record for long periods of time. Significant differences in intended use between a cinematography camera and a body-worn camera.
And finally, let's have a look at State's Exhibit 191. It looks like these aren't too different, but go ahead and tell us what you did.
This is the original information that was selected with the enhancement tool on the left-hand side, and then a compare original filter was applied to demonstrate the clarified version with processes to enhance it.
And why does it appear that there is actually less detail in terms of the label on the box in the clarified image as opposed to the original image? Let me ask you this. When you clarify an image, do you brighten it?
Yes.
Oh, I found the Hannah's lawsuit against Seth Kenny. Oh, let's take a look at it.
It's one of the processes to brighten it. If memory serves, when I was trying to enhance for the request was to examine any identifiers on the box, not specifically that little 2 lines of some sort of information, but to see if there were any identifiers anywhere on that container. So the light was improved to be able to examine that.
Can brightening an image actually reduce some of the detail in the image?
It can, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Primo, how much were you paid for your work in this case and your report?
The firm, Primo Forensics, was compensated a value somewhere in the $10,000 range.
And in the process that you were hired to do, you take images like a picture or you extract one from media, and then you use tools to try to clarify them. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony there's certain things that can cause distortion. I think you said if something's low resolution. Is that right?
I don't remember saying specifically distortion.
Okay. Yeah, just tell me, what are some of the things that can cause you not to be able to get that clarification?
I don't understand the question.
In some of the images, it looked like at the end, the ones we couldn't see anything. It didn't clarify it, so we couldn't see what was on the box. What prevents that? The resolution originally, or why can't you get that?
The resolution does play a factor in that, as well as the compression level. So at what point the camera is limiting information to that digital video file. Those are 2 components, yes.
Okay. You also said in some of the pictures you could not verify tonal differences. And if I say it wrong, just tell me. But you did a verification process and you couldn't confirm?
That is correct. I was not confident to apply that particular methodology because there were so many unknown variables.
Okay. So given that there's so many unknown variables, some of them you can say that there were tonal differences, like color differences. Some of them you can't. Is that fair?
I don't understand the question.
Some of these pictures, you can't be confident that there are tonal differences. Some of them that you looked at, is that what you just said?
I would have to evaluate the particular image to answer that question. Maybe we can show one of them.
Sure. Yeah, there were some of them you said I couldn't verify. And we can go back to the number of that. But I'm just trying to get that. Basically what you did was you clarified and enhanced pictures. And some of them you can tell us the colors are different, some of them you can't. Is that right?
That is fair to say that the dissimilarities could not be verified in terms of how that technology was actually working when it captured those values. Yes.
And your technology's got to be much more sophisticated. But it's like, you're familiar with iPhones? People can use filters, they can use edits, that kind of thing.
I'm familiar, yes.
Okay, but yours, I mean, basically, you must be using a much more sophisticated tool, correct?
I think minimum maybe probation.
Peer reviewable tool that allows us to apply methodology that is widely accepted. So it's repeatable, it's verifiable. It can be evaluated by people of similar qualifications to ensure that it was being applied correctly and effectively to accurately improve the information that's contained within them. I would say it's relative with respect to sophistication as to what we're comparing it to.
To an iPhone?
To a filter.
Oh, to a filter.
I think iPhone filter is what you had said.
Yes, iPhone filter. Yeah.
But yeah, to a one-to-one comparison, we'd probably have to evaluate which particular filter, but there's no magic in the tool if that's what I think we're trying to evaluate.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to ask. So it's similar to a filter.
They are filters. That's correct, yes. The filters that are being applied.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to rest today. I feel like they probably have a couple more witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe tomorrow?
Redirect.
Yeah, just very briefly. Sir, in the images from the videos of Mr. Baldwin putting on the bandolier, those 2 videos that you extracted images from, the fact that you see the same color difference in the primer of the piece of ammunition that is in the 3rd position from the top, the fact that you are able to see that color difference repeatedly in different frames, is that some indication of reliability that that center primer is actually a different color than the others? Does that make sense?
I think so, yes. So with respect to forensic image video analysis, we're evaluating things from an objective perspective. There are components to that methodology that evaluate context, and they are best practices. I was not asked to evaluate those things with this case. If I understand your question, I think I do. From a contextual perspective, yes, it does. Because
is Baldwin facing 18 months as well? I couldn't figure out what Baldwin was facing.
there are multiple instances across multiple frames with each of the devices that capture digital video files, which means more images than just one, like an iPhone. So yes, contextually, it does demonstrate that. Yes.
Some additional level of reliability.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have anything else.
You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The state rests.
Oh, okay. Just kidding. Dave, was that a trick question? I feel like you knew the answer to that. The state rests. The defense goes tomorrow. We'll find out if Hannah Gutierrez is going to testify in the next couple days.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to take our break for the day. I have some court I need to do at 4 o'clock. So the state is rested, so the defense will go forward. Counsel, please approach for a minute.
Yay! Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm.
So I see that's good news for a fair amount of you. All right. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't do any research about the...
So who's going to testify tomorrow? What's the witness list for tomorrow? I bet you the news outlets, they probably know. I kind of like the color coordination going on here with the light colors. I like. All right, I want to read the lawsuit that Hannah filed on Seth Kenny. All right. Okay, so the state has rested. What are you guys thinking? Do you think the state did a good job at presenting their case to show that Hannah was reckless, negligent? What are we thinking? Do you guys believe Sarah? Do you guys believe Hannah's defense that it was Seth Kenny and it was Sarah Zachary? Matchy. Yeah, I think they got it. I mean, I feel like it's in the bag. Now, for Alec Baldwin, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the Alec Baldwin one. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the Alec Baldwin one. I'm like, I don't think so. But we'll wait and see until that trial happens. But the more I watched this, the more I was like, yeah, at the end of the day, it was just Hannah. It was just Hannah. She was, I mean, Dave Halls too. I think Hannah did an excellent job of showing her incompetence. Oh, man. All right. Well, the state has rested. They said closing arguments are going to happen on Thursday. So that means the defense is going to go Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe like morning, afternoon of Thursday, and then they'll get into closing arguments. And then boom, we are done with this. Oh, my God. I'm so glad this is not like a 3, 4, 5, 6 week case. Yay. Let's read this lawsuit. So this lawsuit has been dismissed, by the way. But it's a lawsuit that Hannah filed against Seth Kenny and PDQ Prop. Oh, man. Let's read it. We're nosy. Let's read it. Let's go to the part that's... Okay. Background. Oh, hold on. Someone's home. Jiru? Oi. What are you looking at me for? All right, my roommate just got back. That's why. For Alec Baldwin, they will use the clip of him yelling to reload the gun. Oh yeah, rushing the crew and stuff like that. Yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. I don't feel like Alec Baldwin is at fault. But you know, we'll wait for that trial to happen. I'm just not convinced. You know, right now, currently not convinced. All right, y'all. Let's read the lawsuit. I got my glasses. No, there's a smudge on here. I need to clean this first. I hate it when there's oh my god, there's so many smudges on these glasses. Ah, smudgies. You blame Alec? Smudgies are gone. Don't break the glasses. I mean, I need to change the lens soon. I don't know. I don't like these glasses anymore. I'm over them. I want a new pair of glasses, but I want to wait until I go to Japan because I don't want to spend I don't want to spend a lot of money in glasses. The ones in Japan are so lightweight and so cheap. I just want lightweight glasses that look decent. But in America, I don't know why they're all like $500. There's this brand that I found that was really cool called Makita. I think they're like German or Japanese. They have like ultra lightweight glasses, but they cost like $500-$600. Holy crap. But when I went to Japan, they had what's the Singaporean brand again? Makita's what you want now? Yeah, I go to Makita to check out to see if there's any good styles, but they don't have good styles. But, you know, because I put them on my head and I want something really lightweight. I want something comfortable. I want something that's not going to give me a headache. Yeah, Own Days. When I went to Own Days, they had a bunch of lightweight glasses and they were like $40 and they'll cut it for you on the spot in like 20 minutes. I'm like, why don't we have that here? I need Own Days. All right, let's start with the background. In and about August and September 2021, on a different set in Texas, defendant Seth Kenny enlisted Thel Reed to help train actors at a shooting range in the use of live fire rounds at a licensed range off the movie set. This training was to help the actors understand the way a firearm will recoil after a live fire so that they can simulate the recoil during filming. There were never live rounds on the Texas set, but instead, this instruction occurred off-site at a licensed shooting range. Following that training, Seth took the ammo can and its contents with him in the van. Thel estimated the ammo can contained about 300 live 45 Colt rounds, which included Starline Brass reloaded live rounds. Starline Brass is a company that produces ammo brass casings that can be made into dummy, blank, or live ammunition by anyone with the knowledge and equipment to do so. The company itself does not make live rounds. Anyone with access to dummy rounds can convert them into live rounds with proper reloading equipment. That's why Mr. Bowles kept asking about the reloading equipment. Remember? It was like the yellow or the green things in the background. He was asking about the reloading equipment. And the reason why I kept asking about that was because he was trying to allude that Seth Kenny made live ammunition out of dummy rounds using the reloading equipment. On October 4, 2021, Russ Production hired Hannah Reed as an independent contractor for the positions of armor and key props assistant on Russ. Hannah is the daughter of Thel Reed, a longtime Hollywood armor who trained Hannah. As Russ Armor, Hannah was responsible for maintaining and managing operation of firearm-related movie props. As key props assistant, she was also responsible for assisting with a multitude of props duties as requested by Ms. Zachary and production. The Russ script was very gun-heavy, Western script, with guns needed on 10. Oh, Nick, thank you so much for becoming a member. Hello, hello. I don't know if you're in the chat right now or if it's delayed, but hi, how's it going? How are you doing today? Thank you so much for joining the YouTube membership, and I appreciate you. They look like fancy screwdrivers. Yeah, I was confused what it was initially. This gun-heavy script required Hannah to perform a significant amount of work each day as both an armorer and key props assistant. Hannah was to be paid approximately a total of $7,500 for both jobs combined. I mean, honestly, $7,500 for... was it like, I guess she's going to be on the set for 12 days and then probably like an additional of preparation days, maybe like an extra like week or two. Like that's pretty decent. 7,500. It's pretty good. Production hired Sarah Zachary as props manager, and she was responsible for obtaining and maintaining all movie props for Russ. Production also hired Sarah's future sister-in-law, Nicole Montoya, as props assistant. Both Hannah and Sarah were 24 years old when they were hired to work on Russ, and Nicole was 19. Defendant Seth Kenny was instrumental in recommending both Hannah and Sarah for the hire on the Rust set. The Rust production was a low-budget film. It had a rush and chaotic atmosphere at times, culminating the day before the tragedy with the abrupt and unexpected resignations of members on the camera crew on October 20. All the while, the props and armor department were expected to teach each other and do more with less. The introduction of live rounds onto the set, which no one anticipated, combined with the rush and chaotic atmosphere, created a perfect storm for a safety incident. I don't know. I feel like rush and chaotic atmosphere, it probably was, but was that out of ordinary of like a movie set? I feel like probably no. And then like having to, like, can you guys imagine like how many times you guys had to do your job, but then you're also like doing more than what you anticipated doing? I don't know. I feel like that's also normal on like jobs as well. But I just didn't really get the feeling that it was that rush and as chaotic as the defense was saying. It seems like Hannah was just kind of just chill. Rust was a Western movie whose props included pistols, rifles, dummy ammunition, and blank ammunition. A dummy round or drill round is a round that is completely inert, contains no primer, propellant, or explosive charge. A blank round is a cartridge containing powder only, without a bullet. At no time was live ammunition to be used during the production of Rust. Live ammunition means a cartridge consisting of a case, a primer, propellant powder, and a single metallic projectile. The source of ammo and firearms. On or about October 4, 2021, Sarah and Hannah met with defendant Seth Kenny at PDQ Arm and Props office in Albuquerque to collect the necessary dummy and blank ammunition and firearms for Rust. Defendant Kenny and PDQ were the primary distribution of ammunition and firearms to Rust. Over the course of the Rust production, Sarah would from time to time bring other boxes labeled dummy ammunitions on the set. Defendant Kenny and his company distributed dummies and boxes with labels affixed that read dummy rounds, a 45 long or 45 long Colt, LC. Within each box is a plastic tray of 50 cartridges packaged into 10 columns of 5 individual dummy rolls. Defendant also supplied 44-40 caliber dummy rounds. When not in use, all firearms were maintained in a locked safe in a prop truck. Dummy and blank ammunition were not routinely locked in the safe, and there was no protocol calling for ammunition to be locked up. I mean, they were just left willy-nilly on the cart, you know? They were in the fanny pack, all loose and stuff. They were in her pockets. Hannah purchased this safe for production using a production credit card and has a copy of the receipt of this purchase. Only Hannah, Sarah, and props assistant Nicole Montoya knew the code to the safe, Hannah believed. The cause of fallout between Seth and Hannah. On October 16, 5 days prior to the tragic shooting, the Rust said Sarah had an accidental, negligent discharge of a weapon on set, firing a blank round at her foot. Within 15 to 20 minutes of that accidental discharge, Baldwin's stunt double accidentally/negligently discharged a round from his weapon inside a cabin on the set nearby, as confirmed and reported by LA Times on November 20th. Hannah confronted Sarah on her accidental negligent discharge and wanted to know what had happened, and indicated they would need to tell production about it and that it could impact Sarah's ability to handle weapons on set. This led to a heated text exchange between Seth Kenny and Hannah over Sarah's accidental/negligent discharge and the reporting of it. Seth took Sarah's side and essentially told Hannah to back off and that mistakes happen and that Hannah needed to remember that Sarah was her boss and not to push it. Hannah interpreted this as Seth, who was called the armorer/mentor in the call sheets, wanted to sweep this incident under the rug. The term armorer/mentor does not seem to be a position that is to be used or understood on film sets generally. See, like, I don't think like Sarah was like really like her boss, but I felt like maybe Sarah was a more mature one on set, and Seth wanted Sarah to be the one who was like kind of in control, because it seems like Hannah was just kind of maybe not the type of person who can work on her own. Maybe she wasn't a good employee, and that Sarah was the one that would like give her directions, and maybe Hannah wasn't listening. But like, remember how I said like hierarchical? It seems like Sarah was her boss, but in reality, I think they were just working side by side. I don't think Sarah in any way had the authority to tell Hannah to do anything except to like, you know, oh, help me with the props. You're my assistant for props. And then vice versa when Sarah was assisting Hannah with the gun stuff, right? The firearms and the ammo. And then also like let's see. Seth says, accidental discharges are accidents. A mistake is where the armorer provides a gun and full load ammo to be fired with a horse in the vicinity. Oh, is that what she did? Remember they talked about that, where I guess they're trying to allude to Hannah loading a gun with a full load with animals in the vicinity. Well, you tell production about that, question mark. We learn and move on, and don't forget she's your boss. Don't push it. She writes back, excuse you? What mistakes do you think I'm making? Will I tell production about what? You think I'm some fucking rat or something? Question mark. You think I'm running to production to tattle? You have me fucked up, Seth. If she doesn't like me when I barely said anything about it, you can come back and finish the show. I'm not going to stay where I'm a fucking problem. She reminds me of someone that I know, a very young person that I know. Around October 17th to 18th, Seth called a friend of his who had met through Thel Reed. Also, we don't have the entirety of this text, okay? Just this screenshot means nothing. We need more of the text chain. I want to read more. Around October 17th, 18th, Seth called a friend of his who had met through Thel Reed, Officer Troy Teskey of Bullhead City, Arizona. Seth stated to Troy that he never wanted to work with Hannah again. Seth also falsely accused Hannah of using derogatory language around Sarah 3 times on set. Oh, is it the cunt word? The morning of the tragedy and the unexplained arrival of a nearly full box of ammo. The morning of the tragedy on October 21, fellow Rust employees Sarah Zachary and Nicole Montoya were the first people in the prop trailer. Sarah was already in the prop safe retrieving the firearms when Hannah arrived at approximately 6:30 a.m. Dun, dun, dun. This was unusual, as Hannah was the person who typically retrieved the firearms from the safe herself. Dun, dun, dun. When Hannah arrived at the prop truck that same morning, she saw a box labeled dummy rounds 45 LC completely full, which someone had placed on top of Hannah's equipment bag. Hannah had not seen a full box of dummy rounds in weeks, nor was this full box on the equipment bag when Hannah had last been in the prop trailer. Upon believing information, the dummy rounds and live rounds came from defendants. Sarah has since acknowledged in a report by the LA Times on November 20th that a new box of presumed 45 caliber long Colt dummy rounds appeared on set that day. Hannah exclaimed words to the fact of, "What is this? We have been looking for a full box of dummy rounds for weeks. Where did this come from?" Sarah was a person who had been bringing all the dummy ammo boxes on set from defendant, but she did not respond as to where this full box had come from after Hannah made her comments. Props assistant Nicole simply giggled in response to Hannah's questions. I mean, if there is a box of dummy rounds that appeared out of nowhere, because remember, she did mention this in her police interview, why wouldn't you double check it, triple check it? Did you not check it, or did you just use it and just load it into the Alec Baldwin gun? No one in the prop truck acknowledged or claimed to be the source of the full box of 45 caliber long Colt dummy ammunition that morning. Hannah shook the box, heard a jingling sound, which is what a dummy round box should sound like. Ah! She shook the box. It's not like she took each one individually and individually shook them or checked them. So you're telling me she just took the box and just shook it? Ay, ay, ay. And I think this was also indicated in the police interrogation as well. I don't know. It's a little bit jarring to see it in her own complaint that she's admitting to this. Like, oh yeah, I just took the entire box and just shook it. Yikes, not good. It was a busy morning when Hannah was happy that they had a full box of dummy rounds to work with, and because Sarah was a prop master, had brought dummy boxes to the set in the past as a part of her duties. Hannah didn't think any more of it at the time. Hannah, if there was a foreign box that appeared out of nowhere, you would check it, would you not? I don't know if I believe this. Around 7:30 a.m., Hannah noted, and remember, this is her own complaint, okay? This is her complaint. Her complaint. Because I remember initially when they were bringing up the shaking the boxes, it seemed like it was like kind of vague when Hannah said it, and when the detective relayed it saying like, oh, she shook the box, to me it was like a little bit vague, but this is like clear and cut. It's in her own goddamn complaint. Around 7:30 a.m., Hannah noted that the video system, an app that allowed the crew to watch scenes going in real time and store content in the cloud, Video Village, was down. As a result, Hannah was unable to view the various camera scenes and what they were filming. Wouldn't that be more reason for Hannah to go into the set and actually be there live? I mean, she seems like she's supposed to be there with the gun anyways. Video Village was always supposed to be up so that Hannah, makeup, and others could on the set could see what they were needed, when they were needed, and follow what was going on with the film scenes as they were happening, for example, inside buildings. I feel like this is even more reason for her to be in there. Video Village provides several apps which apparently offer secure cloud storage and ability for set crews to watch scenes in real time at a distance and monitor scenes. That's so cool. The failure of Video Village that day was very significant because no one could see inside the church at the time with the impromptu Baldwin gun scene. In effect, the de facto camera security system on Rust's set was shut down that day. Oh my God, I feel like this looks way worse on Hannah. At approximately 10 a.m., Hannah, Sarah, and Nicole loaded Alec Baldwin's gun. Oh, they're saying the three of them loaded Alec Baldwin's gun. From what we heard so far, Sarah took care of Jensen's and the other person's gun. I don't remember the name. And it was Hannah that took care of Alec Baldwin's gun. But it's funny, in her complaint, she's saying 3 people loaded Alec Baldwin's gun. Why would Hannah want 3 people to load Alec Baldwin's gun? Why wouldn't it just be like one person? Why have so many people touch it? Oh, yeah. The 2 other guns for use in the scenes. Okay, sorry. At approximately 10 a.m., Hannah, Sarah, and Nicole loaded Alec Baldwin's gun. The 2 other guns for use in scenes that day with dummy rounds from the full dummy round box found that morning in the prop truck. For Alec Baldwin's gun, Hannah loaded 4 dummy rounds with holes in them from her pants pocket. A 5th dummy round from the box with a hole in it, and attempted to load a 6th dummy round without a hole in it from the box, but it would not go into the chamber. And she thought the chamber might need to be cleaned. I thought she said that Hannah, Sarah, Nicole loaded Alec Baldwin's gun, but here it is. It's just her loading it. I'm so confused. Okay, so she loaded 4 dummy rounds with holes in them from her pants pocket. A 5th dummy round from the box with a hole in it. And then she attempted to load a 6th dummy round without a hole in it from the box. So I guess with that 6th one, would that have initially been the Dentix round? And that's why it didn't go in? She probably just grabbed another one or something that wasn't a Dentix round, but then it ended up being a real one. Because remember, the Dentix rounds are the ones that don't have the dummies, or sorry, the little BBs in it. And Seth Kenny says he won't use Dentix rounds because if dummies can't shake, that's what's it called, an unsafe precedent. Okay, so she attempted to load a 6 dummy round without a hole in it from the box, but it would not go into the chamber, and she thought the chamber might need to be cleaned. Hannah remembers shaking the 6th round to ensure herself that it was a dummy round. Sarah and Nicole helped load the other weapons and the bandoliers. They were all placed on the prop truck. See, that's a lie right there. Hannah remembers shaking the 6th round to ensure her that it was a dummy round. I mean, we all know it was not a dummy round. We all know it was a live ammunition. Like, she's saying that, like, she shook these. Like, she obviously didn't. She obviously didn't. I don't know what to tell you. Sarah and Nicole helped load the other weapons and the bandoliers. They're all placed on the prop truck or prop cart. Because here's the thing. Sarah says that she loaded the 6th one and then she handed it to Alec Baldwin. It's not like she's saying she loaded it and then she put the gun down unsupervised and then maybe someone tainted with it, right? But maybe she's trying to say that, like, okay, well, not only did Seth Kenny provide live ammunition to the set, Sarah Zachary was trying to set her up, and then not only that, but Dave Halls probably put the live ammunition in there when he was the one who had the gun and handed it to Alec Baldwin. Like, I feel like there's, like, in order to make Hannah's story true, it has to be so contrived, and you have to do so much mental gymnastics in order to, like, make her story true. I don't know. That just seems like way too much for the jury. Sarah and Nicole helped load the other weapons and the bandoliers. They were all placed on the prop cart. Hannah handed the gun to Alec Baldwin just after 10 a.m., and he had continuous possession of the gun with 5 dummy rounds loaded into it until the set broke for lunch. Oh, okay. This is all before the incident. Okay, this is before lunchtime, around 12:30. During this time, Baldwin was involved in various scenes. Hannah asked Baldwin approximately every 30 minutes when a scene cut if Baldwin wanted to give the gun back. He said no. Hannah also sent Nicole over to ask Baldwin if he wanted to hand the gun back to her for holding, but Baldwin had said no, he was okay to continue holding it. When the set broke for lunch at 12:30, Baldwin gave his gun back to Hannah. Hannah, Sarah, and Nicole locked the guns back in the safe in the prop truck inside gun socks. Gun socks provided an extra layer of protection for rifles and guns when traveling or in storage. The afternoon of the tragic shooting. When the 3 returned from lunch a little before 1:30, Sarah and Nicole pulled the guns out of the safe, and they and Hannah carried the guns and placed them back on the cart. Hannah had to step away for a brief period. Oh, this is when she's going to try to introduce that Sarah had tampered with a gun, maybe? She stepped away for a brief period. I mean, she should not have stepped away for a brief period. Asked Sarah and Nicole to watch the guns. When she came back, she noticed that the 2 had wandered some feet away, and the guns were unattended for perhaps 5 minutes. Hannah remembered the chamber she believed needed to be cleaned in Baldwin's gun, and she cleaned it, and then Hannah pulled another round from the dummy box, shook it, and placed it in the chamber. To the best of Hannah's knowledge, the gun was now loaded with 6 dummy rounds. Indeed, defendants okay, so she's saying that, like, even though the gun was left unattended, she ended up opening the gun back again, cleaned it, and that's when she should have double-checked it again, right? So I don't see how... Let's say Sarah Zachary did tamper with it here. She had a chance to check the gun again. when she cleaned the chamber. Oh, yeah. Hannah's lawyer was on the lawn. Wait, what? Wait, can you link me the video and the timestamp? Where? They were on Law and Crime? Which video is it? To the best of Hannah's knowledge, the gun was now loaded with 6 dummy rounds. Indeed, defendants and suppliers of prop ammunition to the Rust set sold, distributed, and advertised its props as dummy ammunition and not live rounds. Hannah relied upon and trusted the defendants would supply dummy prop ammunition or blanks, and no live rounds were ever to be on set. I mean, Hannah said she shook them, but obviously live ammunition would not have a BB in them. That's why we can just tell that she lied about that. Like, she just lied about that, like, just straight up. Assistant Director David Halls told Hannah in her earpiece in a rushed fashion that Baldwin's gun was needed in the church. Production was behind several hours because the camera crew had quit the night before. Apparently, this was also the cause of Video Village being down on October 21. The camera crew quit the night before but left their equipment behind. Instead, they opted to drive the long distance again the next morning on set to apparently get their equipment. Curiously, the long distance drive was the main reason for them quitting in the first place. Oh, here they are just throwing shit at everyone, saying, oh, they're involved. Everyone's involved. Oh man, all these conspiracies. Hannah brought the gun to A.D. Halls inside the church. Hannah spun the cylinder for Halls and showed him the 6 loaded dummy rounds. Baldwin was not inside the church. Halls then took custody of the weapon and was inside the church, sitting in the pew. There were multiple people inside the church. And Dave Halls said that he did not take the gun. Dave Halls says he checked it with Hannah, and Hannah gave it to Baldwin. Baldwin initially said that Hannah gave it to him, and then later on, he changed his story and said it was Dave that gave it to him. I don't know. Maybe Baldwin's just like really fucking confused. Production had emphasized to everyone on set that they would be adhering to the strictest of COVID protocols, and Hannah was cognizant that the inside of the church was not a large space for a number of people inside. But you're the armorer. You're not just like makeup, okay? You're the armorer. You're obviously important. You're obviously supposed to be in there, or just wear a fucking mask. Hall said to Hannah that he would just be sitting in with the gun, meaning the gun wasn't going to be used at all since this wasn't a scene or rehearsal. Doesn't matter anyways, because there were times where the gun was being used and people said that Hannah was nowhere to be found. Like on set. Like she wasn't like they said like armorers would typically just be where the gun is. They said there were times where guns were used on the set and they're like, we don't know where the fuck Hannah is. Hannah told Halls to let her know if Baldwin came back so that she can come back inside the church. Oh, I don't know if I believe that. And to re-inspect the weapon and provide it to Baldwin herself as she had done every time on set. Why would she leave the gun with Halls then? If she's going to come back anyways when Baldwin comes back and she's going to re-inspect the weapon, why would she leave the gun with Halls? Why wouldn't she just keep the gun? Because if she's going to come back anyways and check with Baldwin, just take the gun with you. Oh man, this part of the story does not make sense either. Her point was that if plans were to change for use of the gun to be more than just sitting status, Hannah needed to be called back into the church. Why would you leave the gun with Halls? That doesn't make sense. I don't know. Why would you do that? On the set, Hannah had a split role for armor and key assistant props. She had to fulfill both roles, frequently flitting back and forth between the two sets of responsibilities. Knowing that no gun scene was going on at the time according to Halls, and with awareness of COVID protocols and social distancing, Hannah then walked outside the church to prepare her fanny pack for scenes that afternoon and to do some of her props duties. Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe this. Again, production was behind that day, and Hannah was acutely aware of the need to attend to her prop duties as well for scenes that afternoon. And I don't think she even mentioned this. Like, the reason why she left the gun, I felt like she would say in the interview, like, oh my God, like, I left the gun with Dave Halls because I was being rushed back. I had to go to props card. I had to do stuff. None of that was ever mentioned in the interviews, in both of the interviews. It seemed like she kind of just left the gun with the church because she just didn't fucking care. And then she just like hung around the prop cart or whatever she went to. Like, she just didn't care. Otherwise, I felt like she would have stressed about that in the interviews that she did with the police. Thereafter, Hannah did not see the weapon, nor did she have custody for approximately 15 minutes. Sometimes in an approximate 15-minute period, A.D. Halls gave the firearm to Alec Baldwin, calling out cold gun, which signified the firearm was empty or contained an inert dummy ammunition. Hannah was not inside the church and out of earshot and did not hear this called out by Halls. After receipt of the firearm for A.D. Halls, Alec Baldwin has stated that he began practicing the cross draw from his shoulder holster and camera angles with Helena Hudgens for an upcoming scene. No one from production, including Halls, told Hannah that Baldwin was back and that he was going to rehearse a gun scene inside the church. How many entrances were there to the church? The church is really small, right? Was there like more than one entrance? Because I feel like Hannah could just wait like in front of the church to see if Baldwin were to come back in, but maybe there was a separate entrance and she didn't see it. It was protocol for Halls to tell Hannah when first team, including Baldwin, was back on the scene to film. This was not a scheduled rehearsal. Neither Halls nor anyone else called out rehearsal. Inside the church, as Baldwin cross-drew the firearm, he stated that Helena directed him to point the firearm at an angle that was pointed towards Helena, which he did. As Baldwin further described, he pulled the hammer back and let it go. According to him, the gun just went off, firing what he later learned was a live round right at Helena, fatally striking her. Had Hannah been called back in, she would have re-inspected the weapon and every round again. I'm sorry, but if she didn't know that it was a live ammunition from all the other previous inspections, would she really have been able to call it when she, would she really have found it again? No, I don't think so. Sorry. Would she really have found it this time? I don't think so. And instructed Baldwin on safe gun practice with a cross draw, as was her standard practice on set and under circumstances where 1, Baldwin did not respond to Hannah's request on October 15 to schedule cross draw training, and 2, the gun had been out of her possession for 15 minutes. Hannah would have never let Baldwin point the weapon at Helena. I mean, we have I don't know, the evidence so far looks so bad against her because we have that selfie where there's a live ammunition that was potentially on her lap and she didn't know the difference then. So why would she know the difference here? And then also her saying that she would never let Baldwin point the weapon at Helena. I mean, we saw the behind the scenes footages where people were pointing their guns at each other. Hannah was holding the gun with the barrel, pointing towards her neck and face area. It's I seriously doubt she would have been no, don't point the gun at Helena when we saw her practicing unsafe gun practices around previously. The aftermath of the shooting. As the shot went off, Sarah, who was outside the church and near Hannah at the ammo cart, exclaimed, "What was that?" Hannah responded that she didn't know. Sarah then asked, "Was that the gun?" Hannah said it couldn't have been the gun, and she believed it had to be special effects because Hannah knew in her mind that the gun was loaded with dummy rounds when she handed it to Halls. Yeah, I mean, we had 2 negligent discharges on the set, and then here we hear another large boom, and she's like, I don't know, it's probably just special effects. The fact that she was just so chill about it is crazy when there were already 2 previous discharges that happened. 78. Thereafter, Hannah heard shouting in her earpiece and complete commotion. Hannah went inside the church, whereupon she saw Helena and Joe Souza laying on the ground and they were bleeding. Reports from Santa Fe Sheriff's Office revealed that there were 14 people when told in the church at the time of the shooting, including Helena and Joel. Hannah was trying to make sense of the situation when people shouted for her to leave the church. Yeah, because she wasn't contributing anything at that point. It became apparent that a tragedy had occurred and it involved Alec Baldwin's weapon. Hannah ran outside of the church and yelled back to Halls that she needed to take custody of the weapon and inspect it. Halls brought her the weapon and Hannah inspected it, finding the spent casing. At that point, Hannah was trying to figure out if this has been a dummy round with a hot primer or possibly a live round inside the weapon. At around 1:49 p.m., a call was made to 911 by Mamie Mitchell. Law enforcement was dispatched to the scene at 1:52. Meanwhile, Hannah told Sarah to inspect the ammo box, immediately determine if there were any live rounds in the box. Sarah returned from the prop cart within minutes and said that there were other suspected live rounds in the ammo box. Okay, also, I already mentioned this again, but I'm going to mention it again, okay? Sarah, if she was the one who planted the live ammunition and wanted to get Hannah in trouble, why would she come back and say, oh shit, there are suspected live rounds in the ammo box? Why wouldn't she just hide them or throw these away? I felt like that would have been a great opportunity for her to hide the other evidence. It is unclear how Sarah was able to make this determination so quickly, what her procedure was in checking the rounds, and how thoroughly she did so. I think Sarah said she shook them and she was very concerned when they weren't making that beat it noise. At some point thereafter, Sarah told Hannah that she had called Seth Kenny and that he said that the live rounds were not his. Hannah was upset, and art manager Brian led her around another building out of view of the cart to console her. When Hannah reemerged to speak with authorities who had just arrived, she saw the cart had been moved about 40 feet on the other side of the church. It is unclear as to who moved the cart and for what reason. I think they dispelled this because the state showed the body cam footage and the cart was still in the same place next to the black tent or something like that. Hi, Caitlin. How are you doing today? Law enforcement response. After law enforcement and medics attended to the shooting victims, Helena and Joel, inside the church, the sheriffs then secured the scene and began collecting evidence. In doing so, they found a suspected 7 live rounds distributed inside an ammo box and on the ammo cart and in the bandoliers. The live rounds had star-lined brass casings with nickel primers. Pictures taken from the scene by authorities on October 21 showed that other guns and the ammo box were missing from the cart. Hannah wasn't sure if someone had taken some of the items with the cart to the prop truck after the shooting. Law enforcement did not search the prop truck until a full 6 days later. Regarding the search of the prop truck, Catherine Rowe Walters, on behalf of production, told the sheriffs that she would unlock the padlock placed on the truck for them. However, throughout the production of the Rust set prior to the shooting, the prop truck was virtually always left unlocked and accessible by anyone. After the police had arrived on October 21, I mean, I guess, like, who cares if the prop truck was left unlocked? Because there was still a safe anyways where the gun was being held, or the guns were being held. You know what I mean? After the police had arrived on October 21 and before Helena had been pronounced deceased, Seth made a call to a police officer in Bullhead City, Arizona, named Officer Troy Teskey. Officer Teskey is best friends with Thel Reed. During that call from Seth to Troy on October 21, just hours after the shooting and before Helena had been pronounced deceased, Seth stated words to the fact to Troy that Hannah had messed up. How and why Seth came to this almost immediate conclusion that Hannah had messed up and offered it unsolicited to Troy is neither understood or yet to be explained or clarified. Probably because Seth feels like he's an experienced professional. Meanwhile, Hannah so far seems like a very immature, inexperienced person, and that's probably why he came to the conclusion that it was Hannah that fucked up. Troy felt the call was very unusual and that Seth has made one of the first calls to him right after the incident. Seth knew Troy only through Thel from prior movie sets. It was suspect to Troy that Seth almost immediately was implicating Hannah right after the incident without any first-hand information about the incident. Well, that's because Hannah's not the makeup artist on the set, is she? She's the armorer. And the reason why Seth probably blamed Hannah and not Sarah Zachary is probably because Sarah Zachary is not the armorer. In addition to that, Sarah Zachary is probably more mature in Seth's eye. I don't know. That's what I'm assuming. Seth repeatedly called Troy over the next 2 weeks. He also texted Troy. In total, there were about 20 calls and texts that Seth made to Troy. During one of these later calls in November 1, Seth was with the sheriff's lead investigator. He called Troy and asked Troy if he could send some of Thel's live reloaded rounds that originally came from a known reloader who specializes in reloading rounds. Seth also texted Troy and asked if he had any live reloaded rounds with nickel primers and asked if he could send some of those. Seth had become aware that Thel kept reloaded rounds at Troy's house for safekeeping. Upon information and belief, Seth was attempting to match one of Thel's reloaded rounds to the live rounds retrieved on the Rust set. If there were a match, presumably Seth sought to shift blame to Hannah and connect her to these rounds through Thel's rounds kept at Troy's house. Seth took it upon himself to essentially investigate this matter for the sheriff's office and insert himself in this matter in an attempt to implicate Hannah. Troy did not send any rounds to Seth. He did text pictures of samples of 4 rounds from his house to Seth, which one includes Starline brass head stamp markings, which have the same distinct markings as the Starline brass rounds seized from the Rust scene. In fact, the actual live round casings that was the fatal shot had Starline brass head stamp. Seth texted back, "Yep, it's evidence in the accidental death," essentially linking the Starline brass markings of the live rounds seized by law enforcement on the set of Starline brass markings in Troy's pictures. Yet Seth possessed hundreds of Starline brass rounds from the Thel Reed in the ammo can that he took from Thel in the previous set movie, all of which are now unaccounted for. They're unaccounted for? I mean, I think they said the head stamps were different. I checked a bunch of the rounds. These are 4 different types that I could find. Yep, it's evidence in the accidental death. Okay. On November 3rd, counsel for Hannah went on to the Today Show and Good Morning America, and on behalf of Hannah indicated they believed that the Rust set had been sabotaged and that someone had introduced live rounds on set. On the same day, on November 3rd, Seth texted Troy again blaming Hannah for the accidental shooting. Thereafter, later in November 2021, Seth Kenny texted Hannah and attempted to have her drop her claims of sabotage and instead cooperate with the police and implicate A.D. Halls as being the person responsible for the tragedy. Seth suggested that A.D. Halls had essentially bullied Hannah and not allowed her to do her job safely. Seth stated that if she could shift blame to Halls, he would have her back. I wonder if he was just trying to get her to confess something. So this is a text message from Seth. She writes, "Come forward for what? What should I be confessing to? ? He says, "Go and talk to the police, tell them everything, answer every question down to what you had for breakfast. You're young, certainly not green or inexperienced with period weapons, but did you get rolled over by the set system and the AD with 30 years of experience? ? I think you did, and you're too proud to say that. Had you been partnered up with a truly professional AD, none of this would have happened. That true professional would have supported your safe efforts. Instead, you got David Reckless Halls." David Reckless Halls. No AD is ever going to touch your gun. How many times had he grabbed the gun from you? Question mark. If he did it once before and you didn't kick his teeth in, you got rolled. Had you ever watched your dad hand off a gun to an AD? Question mark. You're tough, but there's always someone out there that's more intimidating. Who are you to question him? Please think about this. Take some time. I don't think there's anything wrong with his text message whatsoever. I think he was just trying to help her out a little bit. Like, hey, like, you know, you might have fucked up, but at the same time, Dave Halls is a safety officer, and why did he have the gun from you, right? I don't see anything weird or wrong about this. I think he was just trying to, like, help her through it. All right, let's see more text messages. Seth also texted Thel Reed and essentially suggested that he get Hannah to drop claims of sabotage and to not let Hannah drag herself or Thel into this. Seth writes, there was nothing to be gained by Hannah and her attorneys dragging me into this. If anything, the DA may perceive this as an unapologetic scapegoat tactic. And lower the something. And lower the bragging? I don't know, lower the something. If anything, the DA may perceive this, and lower the boom even harder. You and I will be collateral damage in this tragedy and approach. It makes no sense. By this point, Seth, who had no official role in the investigation, has made multiple attempts to direct the investigation, to cast blame on a variety of people, and deflect scrutiny from himself. I think he was just trying to figure out what the fuck happened. You know, and he knew that they were going to point fingers at him because he was the one who was the supplier. I don't know. I don't think there's anything shady about this, but... The day after the shooting, Thel Reed was set to fly out from Las Vegas, Nevada to get his daughter Hannah in Albuquerque. While in Albuquerque, Thel also wanted to retrieve an ammo can and live rounds that Seth had taken from him on the prior movie set in August or September 2021. Thel had only told Seth, Hannah, and Troy about his flight. Strangely, when he got to the airport, American Airlines told Thel that Thel Reed had called to cancel his flight. Thel said, no, that's impossible. I'm Thel Reed. I never called. Wait, is he trying to say that Seth pretended to call in as Thel Reed to cancel his flight? I feel like in order to cancel your flight, you need to have your flight details, your flight number, your name. Don't you need kind of like a lot of information in order to cancel your flight? Bye, Kiki. Have a good one. The airline was able to rebook Thel on a later flight, but it pushed him back a day. It was apparent to Thel the defendant Seth Kenny had to be the one. Do they have any basis for this, or is it just conjecture? So Seth Kenny had to be the one who called to cancel his flight in an apparent attempt to thwart his plans to come to Albuquerque or at least delay them. Or American Airlines just fucked up. Neither Troy nor Hannah made the call canceling the flight, nor did Thel himself. When Thel got to Albuquerque, he proceeded to Seth Kenny's house, PDQ Arms and Props location. Unlike every other time Thel had come, Seth did not invite him into his house, PDQ Arms and Prop Production. Yeah, duh, obviously, because like now your daughter is trying to blame everything on you, or your daughter's involved. Like, why would he let Thel come into the house? You're like the father of the girl. When Thel asked for his ammo can back, Seth said for him just to write it off and that he would use the rounds on other sets. Thel agreed, and Seth maintained possession of the ammo cans and rounds. Upon execution of a search warrant on PDQ Arm and Prop about 4 weeks later, authorities found the ammo can belonging to Thel, but it was empty of live rounds. There's no explanation as to where the remainder of the live rounds went or what Seth did with them. Well, why would he, let's say this is true, why would he keep the can that belonged to Thel? Why not just discard the entire thing? Hello, Madame August Butterfly. How are you doing today? It's been a while. I hope you've been well. Thel has identified this ammo can as being his. Thel would testify that Hannah never had access nor possession of a live reloaded Starland brass rounds that were found on the Rust set, but that Seth took hundreds of live Starland brass rounds with him in the ammo can from the prior movie set. Troy would also testify that Hannah never had access to the reloaded live rounds kept at his house for Thel Reed. Troy can verify that he gave the ammo can containing live rounds to Thel in August. Okay, so possibly this Troy guy might be a witness. I guess Thel Reed may be a witness as well, and maybe that's why Thel hasn't been sitting there in court, because he can't listen to other people's testimony. Maybe that's why he's not there supporting his daughter, because he's going to be a witness. Troy would also relate that when Hannah learned of Seth's false accusations regarding her insulting Sarah with a derogatory name, Hannah was baffled as to why Seth would make this allegation up, and Hannah never denied doing so. Also, Hannah's saying that she never called Sarah Zachary a cunt, I guess. Defendant Seth Kenny denied ever being on the set of Rust, but somehow had the code of the prop truck safe that Hannah had purchased for production. Hannah never gave him the code. Seth was on set supposedly for the first time ever when the warrant was served on the prop truck 6 days after the shooting on October 27 to help the sheriffs get into the safe. It is unknown who gave him the code to the production safe. I think they addressed this, but I don't know. Happy accidents, she said. Contrary to the truth upon belief and information, Seth told law enforcement that it was his prop safe. It was the production safe, and Hannah purchased it and has a copy of the receipt to prove this. Defendant Seth Kenny had access to the rust set, knowledge of the code to the prop safe, and with his company PDQ Arm and Prop was the primary supplier of guns and ammo to the rust set. Upon information belief, after October 16, accidental discharge by Sarah Zachary, defendant Seth Kenny said he never wanted to work with Hannah again. The live reloaded Starline breast rounds, upon information and belief, originated from a known reloader, then went to Thel Reed and into Thel Reed ammo can to defendant Seth Kenny. Seth Kenny had a long-standing relationship with the reloader. Seth Kenny apparently believed that the rounds found on the set connected back to the rounds from the reloader, which is why he made calls to Troy Teskey right after the shooting incident, requesting Troy to send him live round samples. Interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, she's still supposed to check them. And I don't believe that she shook the dummies and said that she heard the little BBs inside, because obviously the live ammunition does not have BBs in there. What you're reading right now is exactly what the defense is going to look like. I mean, that's exactly what they've been saying all along. Now I know why, because there are certain questions that David Bowles would ask the witnesses, and I'm like, where's he going with this? But now I know. It's all in here. Anything else? Anything else? All right. Well, this was dismissed. So I don't know if it was dismissed. Maybe the judge dismissed it and said there were no basis, no evidence to support it, I guess. But what we know is that this has been dismissed. All right. Woo! What a day. Okay, so tomorrow the defense, they are going to present their case, and I'm looking forward to it. I don't know. I hope I won't be snoozy or bored. I hope they bring something of substance, but it might just be a snooze fest. And then someone in my chat said that Hannah's lawyer was on Law and Crime. He said Hannah will take the stand. Is that true? Where was it on Law and Crime? Is it on YouTube? Because I feel like that would be huge news. We had fun. Did they say how long did a defense expects their case to be? I mean, Caitlin, all we know is that closing arguments will happen on Thursday. So Tuesday, Wednesday. And I don't know if state will get a chance to what is it called again? Is it redirect? I think that's what it's called when the state goes again. Oh, not redirect. Rebuttal. There you go. I think state, maybe they'll get a rebuttal. Whew. I mean, honestly, a lot of the questionings they did were with the main witnesses, right? Like Sarah Zachary, Seth Kenny. That was their chance to present their side of the case when they had those people questioned on the stand. But I'm assuming Thel Reed will probably go up there and testify, and then this Troy Teskey guy. So those could be maybe strong for Hannah. Yeah, I don't know where am I supposed to look for a Law and Crime where it says Hannah's going to testify. Where did you see that? Oh my God, more P. Diddy allegations. All right, but yeah, if you guys have any, if you guys hear anything about this trial, about this case, about whether or not Hannah's going to testify, or whether or not, you guys have like a witness list, yeah. Body cam shows Lori Vallow getting booked into Arizona jail on murder charges. Is this new or old? Oh God, it's Lori Vallow.
If you don't mind, we're going to be placing this into property as safekeeping, so you can release it to whoever you want to, legal, whatever. If you don't mind opening that, just so we can document what's inside. Okay. Absolutely.
Oh God. Okay, I don't like Lori Vallow. All right, y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow for the defense. Let's see who they put up. You would admit your wrongdoings and take the 18 months. I mean, I guess take it to chance, you know? So you don't have this on your record, so you can work with other movies in the future to clear your, I don't know. I'm a bit amazed too that this has gone to trial. But maybe she wasn't offered like a plea deal, or like kind of like, hey, if you just plead guilty or like no contest like Dave Hall, you'll just get like X, Y, and Z, you know? I don't know. I don't know why we're here, because even if the sabotage was real, it's still her fault, and that's what everyone has been echoing over and over and over again. So yeah. You really think that she isn't responsible at all? Yeah, I think she thinks that too. All right, Storm, I hope you guys have a good one. Good guy, Kurt, David, thank you for hanging out with us. Gwendolyn, Caitlin, Lisette, Madam August Butterfly, Rhiannon, Gwendolyn, yeah, thank you so much for hanging out here. I have a great evening, everyone. Yes, have a great evening. I hope you guys take care. Kiki, have a good one as well. Aneko, Rain was here. Christine, yes. Sure wants to say bye to you guys. You can tell that I'm ending my stream now. Look at him. Oh, you see his little tail. Hi, Shiro. How was your day? There he is. Oh, it looks like a demon dog right now. Why do you look like a demon dog? All right, guys. I hope you guys have a good one. We have a new video that's out. If you guys are interested in, you guys watch Vanderpump Rules. There's a new lawsuit that's filed by Raquel on her former cast members, Ariana and Tom Sandoval. It's all about the cheating scandal, and I just got right into it yesterday. So, guys, the lawsuit is out there. We'll have some shorts that are out for other true crime story stuff, and on TikTok as well. Check me out on TikTok if you guys go on TikTok. I'm trying to use more TikTok now. Trying to. But we dual stream on Twitch, on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys have a great day. I will see you guys tomorrow. And I want to play a game on Twitch. I'm like itching to play a game. So I'm going to try to stop by GameStop and maybe get Final Fantasy. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good one. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow. Oh, don't forget to join the Discord. Okay, join the Discord if you haven't already.